Good evening, intrepid readers and seekers of the unknown. I am MM2, your guide through the shadowy corridors that lie between the visible and the invisible, the known and the mysterious. As a voyager across dimensions and a whisperer to galaxies both near and far, I've traversed the thin line separating the realms of the living from the echoes of the departed. Today, I offer you an eerie invitation to join me in tearing through this veil once more with SpectraSnap, Bridging Realms, the eagerly awaited sequel to Spectral Voyages. Before we embark, I encourage you to delve into Spectral Voyages here on Marv Author's YouTube channel, where you'll discover Dr. Augusta Steele's early endeavors in harnessing the ethereal whispers that led to the creation of SpectraSnap. In the year 2035, Dr. Augusta Steele redefined our connection to the afterlife. Her latest innovation turns ordinary smartphones into portals to the spirit world, allowing us to capture and treasure moments with departed loved ones, a marvel once thought to be pure fantasy. SpectraSnap, Bridging Realms, expands the horizon beyond a simple sequel. It pioneers a bold new era in science fiction, romance, and spiritual exploration. This narrative invites you to experience a reality where the barrier between the living and the dead is not merely thinned, but completely dissolved. Every day presents a new chance to connect with the afterlife. This story is not just about technological breakthroughs. It is woven with threads of bravery, enduring love, and the boundless capabilities of the human spirit. Through Dr. Steele's audacious vision, we are called to envision a future where the boundaries between life and death meld into obscurity. This groundbreaking narrative reshapes our understanding of the afterlife, making it an integral, palpable part of our daily existence. Embark on this transformative journey with SpectraSnap, Bridging Realms, and witness a world where the spectral is just a snap away, blending seamlessly with the fabric of our everyday existence. Let the story begin. Chapter 1. SpectraSnap revealed Neo York, 2035. In the last decade, the city's vibrancy had multiplied dramatically, propelled by technological advances and a robust economy. Among the towering skyscrapers and the relentless buzz of innovation, the Spectral Interface Facility emerged as a wonder in its own right. Now in its 10th year, the facility has expanded significantly in size and scientific influence, becoming a symbol of human achievement. Its architecture was a stunning sight, a complex blend of glass and steel that shimmered against the cityscape, reflecting the bold ambitions of its founders. At the heart of this grand structure was the life's work of Dr. Augusta Steele. More than just a place of work, it stood as a living tribute to her vision, determination, brilliance, and the profound impact of her groundbreaking inventions. Within its formidable walls, time seemed to adjust to the rhythm of innovation, pausing its steady flow to foster the emergence of transformative ideas. These ideas sparked and intertwined, leading to discoveries that altered the course of the world. The Spectral Interface Facility was not just a monument to these achievements, but also the incubator for future breakthroughs that continued to evolve within its vast confines. Augusta's office was a dazzling showcase of her boundless creativity, adorned with blueprints and vibrant holographic models of the Spectral Interface, a groundbreaking machine she had unleashed upon the world a decade ago. This marvel had given humanity its first thrilling glimpse into the ethereal realm, an invention that ignited as much controversy as it did wonder, but that was just the beginning. Today, Augusta stood on the cusp of another earth-shattering breakthrough, poised once again to narrow the chasm between the living and the departed. This time, however, the key to bridging this otherworldly divide was not a towering machine, but a sleek mobile application gleaming on her smartphone. A digital portal into the spectral world, ingeniously named SpectraSnap. After 7 years of tireless innovation and development, Augusta was ready to revolutionize our interaction with the unseen once more. A tender smile played on Augusta's lips as she looked affectionately at her latest creation. Her husband, William, now the head of security at the Spectral Interface Facility, entered her office carrying 2 cups of steaming morning tea. He paused, his eyes settling on the SpectraSnap displayed on the projector, and moved towards her with a warm, protective embrace. "Your brilliance never ceases to amaze me, Augusta," he whispered, his voice filled with admiration and pride. This simple moment of connection underscored the deep bond and mutual respect that anchored their partnership at home and within the innovative world they were shaping together. SpectraSnap marked a revolutionary breakthrough in bridging the human and the spectral realms. This app allowed users to photograph or video spirits, documenting their ethereal journeys among the living. The idea that deceased loved ones could appear in family photos transformed from a mere fantasy into a tangible, comforting reality, promising to soothe the hearts of many who mourned. Enveloped in her thoughts, Augusta, holding her warm cup of tea, shared her vision with William. "Imagine, Will, our next family portrait could include your grandfather, my mother. This innovation could bring peace to so many." As the first rays of dawn streaked across the New York skyline, Augusta and William sat together in reflective silence, envisioning a future where the spectral and physical realms intertwined seamlessly, accessible not just within the confines of the spectral interface, but also right in the palm of one's hand. After a moment steeped in deep contemplation, Augusta broke the quiet, her voice resonant with resolve. "Will, I think it's time. SpectraSnap is ready. Let's move to the testing phase." 3 weeks later, Augusta and William found themselves in the quiet solitude of Augusta's office at the Spectral Interface Facility. "Are you excited about the presentation tomorrow?" William asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Yes, more than words can express," Augusta replied, her gaze meeting his. "And I couldn't have done it without you, William. I know it's been hard, all the late nights, missed dinners and vacations." She reached out, her hand gently enveloping his. "I promise to make up for it." He chuckled, leaning back in his chair, his grip tightening around her hand. "My love," he murmured, his voice soft. "I wouldn't have it any other way. I love you, and every missed dinner and vacation was worth seeing you achieve your dreams." The following morning, as dawn unfurled its golden fingers across the New York skyline, Augusta and William readied themselves for the big day. Their self-driving car whisked them through the burgeoning city, its familiar hum a soothing reminder of humanity's leaps and bounds in the last decade. Upon reaching the facility, the couple exited the vehicle, their hands intertwined as they navigated through the vast complex. Every step was laden with anticipation, a symphony of nerves and excitement humming beneath their calm exteriors. They noticed an older gentleman preparing for his spectral voyage as they strolled past the spectral interface. He looked up, his gaze meeting Augusta's, a smile creeping onto his face. "Dr. Steele," he said, gratitude lacing his voice. "Thank you for this gift." Augusta offered him a warm smile in return. "You're welcome. I hope your journey is as enlightening as it is comforting." Finally, they reached the boardroom. William courteously opened the door for Augusta, his consistent chivalry warming her heart. She stepped into the room, her appearance a perfect blend of professionalism and elegance. A navy blue pantsuit paired with a crisp white blouse, her hair styled neatly into a sophisticated bun. Her commanding presence filled the space, and a tangible sense of anticipation built as she geared up to unveil SpectraSnap to the world. The boardroom of the Spectral Interface Facility was a sight to behold. Encased by floor-to-ceiling windows, it offered panoramic views of the dynamic New York skyline, radiating a powerful and influential vibe. The facility's board of directors, seated around a large table of polished obsidian, awaited in silent eagerness, captivated by the moment. Richard Klein, the board's respected chairman, sat at the table's head, whose stern demeanor masked a deep passion for the spectral world. His eyes, lined with years of experience, sparkled with youthful excitement today. Next to him was Elaine Davenport, a former neurologist with a sharp business sense, her authoritative aura unmistakable. Completing the trio was Thomas Huang, a young tech savant whose early investments in the spectral interface showcased his foresight, his usual casualness now replaced by an intense focus. As Augusta entered, a respectful silence enveloped the room. She was the visionary behind the spectral interface, the brilliant mind that had transformed humanity's engagement with the afterlife. The board's decision to fund her latest venture 7 years ago was a testament to their faith in her ingenuity, a bet they were sure was about to yield significant returns. The atmosphere in the boardroom crackled with electric anticipation. Augusta took her place at the head of the table, clearing her throat as the room fell completely silent. Clutching her phone, with nervous excitement in her eyes, she prepared to share her groundbreaking creation. "Good morning, everyone," she began, her voice echoing in the high-ceilinged room. "Today, I am thrilled to share with you the culmination of our efforts over the past 7 years, a testament to our collective belief in pushing the boundaries of human understanding." As she spoke, the room echoed with murmurs of agreement and excitement. They were on the brink of something monumental, and they could hardly wait to see what awaited them on the other side. She paused for a moment, letting the suspense hang in the air. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce SpectraSnap," she declared, turning the phone screen towards them. Displayed was an app interface that was clean, intuitive, and deceptively simple for the power it contained. SpectraSnap is not just an app, Augusta explained, her voice filled with pride. It's a revolutionary tool that turns our smartphones into a window to the spectral world. As she spoke, she navigated through the application. It uses an advanced spectral imaging algorithm that allows us to visualize and interact with spiritual energy in our immediate vicinity. Think of it as a digital medium, connecting our physical world with the ethereal. The room was silent, hanging onto her every word. The inspiration for SpectraSnap came from our journey with the spectral interface. We learned that there are so many stories and connections that we are oblivious to because we lack the means to perceive them. SpectraSnap aims to change that. She looked at William, their shared memories reflected in their eyes. The very first picture we took with SpectraSnap was at our home. I was the subject, and William was the photographer. Her voice became tender, her gaze dropping to her hands. And standing next to me in the picture was my mother. She was there, a spectral form watching over us. The room was filled with silent awe. That photograph was a revelation, a heartening affirmation that our loved ones continue to be a part of our lives, even when they've passed on. SpectraSnap will allow us to see them, to feel their presence, and to share our lives with them. Tears welled in her eyes as she concluded, "It's about remembering healing and love that transcends the physical boundaries." SpectraSnap is more than an app. It's a bridge to our past, a link to those we miss, and a beacon of hope for countless hearts. There was a collective intake of breath around the room. Standing by Augusta's side, William smiled at her, his pride unmistakable. "I'd like a volunteer for the first public demonstration," she said, looking at Richard. The room was filled with silent excitement. Richard nodded and Augusta pointed her phone at him, clicking a picture. The room fell into an astonished silence as Augusta turned the screen towards them. Alongside Richard, there were spectral forms, translucent but unmistakable. Among them, a woman stood, her hand tenderly placed on Richard's shoulder. Her features bore a strong resemblance to Richard's late wife, her eyes twinkling with the same warmth they used to in life. Augusta sent the image to Richard, who stared at his phone. His hand shook slightly as he traced the spectral form of his wife on the screen. His eyes welled up, tears making their way down his weathered cheeks. The room was enveloped in a profound silence, each member grappling with the emotional gravity of the moment. "Thank you, Augusta," Richard managed, his voice choked with emotion. "You have, once again, bridged a gap we never thought possible." The boardroom erupted into applause. Augusta had once again gifted them something priceless, not just another revolutionary invention, but a way to connect, remember, and love beyond the constraints of life and death. Today, the spectral interface has become even more meaningful, and they were at the cusp of changing the world again, one SpectraSnap at a time. After the applause had died down and the final congratulatory handshakes had been exchanged, William gently took Augusta by the arm, leading her out of the boardroom. The adrenaline of the presentation had faded into an undercurrent of excitement, and Augusta could finally catch her breath. A sense of satisfaction washed over her as they walked out of the Spectral Interface Facility, the glass and steel structure winking goodbye in the twilight. "Let's celebrate," William suggested, his eyes twinkling. "I've made reservations at Luigi's." Augusta grinned at the mention of the high-end Italian restaurant. Known for its rich flavors and intimate ambiance, Luigi's was their favorite. A place where they celebrated countless victories and shared countless laughs. Their self-driving car came to life as they approached, the door sliding open to welcome them. As they glided through the New York traffic, Augusta allowed herself to bask in the moment, the city lights reflecting in her eyes. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the restaurant's soft, warm lighting and the comforting smells of garlic, tomatoes, and fresh-baked bread. The ambiance was perfect, a blend of old-world charm and futuristic flair. The deep mahogany walls were adorned with holographic paintings that shifted and moved with a life of their own. The moment they stepped into the restaurant, their heads turned. Augusta's accomplishments were not just well known in the scientific community, but had spilled over into public consciousness, making her a figure of admiration. The restaurant's proprietor, Luigi himself, a cheerful man with a constant smile, immediately hurried over. "Dr. Steele, Mr. Steele, what an honor!" he beamed, ushering them towards a private corner table, secluded yet with a perfect view of the bustling kitchen. A hush fell over the restaurant as they sat down, only to be replaced by an excited murmur. Augusta noticed a couple of people glancing over with awe and respect in their eyes. They laughed and chatted throughout dinner, enjoying the exquisite cuisine and each other's company. The richness of the truffle pasta, the tanginess of the perfectly aged wine, everything was designed to delight the senses. But what truly made the evening unforgettable was the love and mutual admiration between Augusta and William. The SpectraSnap was not just her victory, it was their shared triumph. And as they toasted to their success and the journey ahead, they reveled in the love and companionship that had made it all possible. Tomorrow, the world would learn about SpectraSnap. But tonight, it was just the two of them celebrating their love and dedication that transcended not just the constraints of life and death, but the very dimensions of existence. New York was abuzz with excitement as the much-anticipated press conference at the Spectral Interface headquarters was about to commence. The city's most prominent media houses had flocked to cover what was promised to be another game-changing revelation from Augusta. Onlookers too had gathered in crowds, their faces reflecting a mix of fascination and anxiety. William stood by Augusta's side, his imposing figure comforting amid the sea of flashing camera lights and eager reporters. Despite being married for 8 years, he still found himself in awe of Augusta's grace under pressure. He squeezed her hand, his silent pledge of unwavering support. Augusta, in her poised and elegant manner, took to the stage. She began her speech with the confidence of a woman who had already revolutionized the world once. "Ladies and gentlemen," she began, her voice echoing through the vast conference room. "A decade ago, we unveiled the Spectral Interface, a machine that allowed us to step into the spectral world, challenging the finality of death itself. Today, we are taking that experience one step further. Today, we will introduce SpectraSnap to you." The holographic projector behind her hummed to life, displaying the logo of SpectraSnap, an app icon that was bound to become as recognizable as the world's leading tech brands in a short time. "With SpectraSnap," she continued, "we bring the experience of the spectral world into your everyday life. You can now capture images, and record videos of the spectral beings who exist alongside us in the physical world. A murmur ran through the crowd, reporters frantically typing on their devices, capturing every word of the historic announcement. As Augusta went on detailing the features and safety measures of the app, William looked on proudly. Their shared silence that morning was now being replaced by a cacophony of voices discussing the impact SpectraSnap would have on the world. As the press conference drew to a close, a swell of applause erupted from the media personnel present. Augusta, standing at the podium, smiled graciously. She had once again pushed the boundaries of what was thought possible and, in the process, opened a whole new chapter in human history. "Now we will open the floor for questions," she announced, scanning the sea of eager faces before her. A forest of hands shot up, microphones poised. Augusta pointed to a young woman in the front row, her glasses perched on the edge of her nose. "Yes, you." "Dr. Steele, the SpectraSnap is nothing short of revolutionary. Could you shed more light on its applications in daily life?" The reporter's voice rang clear. "Certainly," Augusta replied, her voice calm and confident. "SpectraSnap is more than an app. It's a bridge between our world and the spectral one. In our everyday lives, it could mean being able to communicate with departed loved ones, or even just observing the unseen spectral existence around us. It provides comfort, connection, and a deeper understanding of our place in the grand scheme of things." Another reporter caught her eye, a man with graying hair and a seasoned gaze. "Dr. Steele, what inspired you to create the SpectraSnap?" Augusta smiled softly, her mind drifting back to the intimate moments of revelation she shared with William. The idea of SpectraSnap was birthed from a very personal space, the longing to reach out to those who have crossed over, to know they are still part of our lives. That's a human sentiment I believe we all share. My mother and my husband's grandfather were our first spectral subjects. As the press conference ended, the air was filled with a palpable sense of excitement and anticipation. The journalists quickly started typing away on their devices, eager to share this groundbreaking news with the world. Stepping off the stage, hand in hand with William, Augusta knew this was only the beginning. As the applause faded, Augusta and William found themselves amidst a flurry of handshakes and congratulatory exchanges. The press conference had drawn quite the crowd. Prominent figures of the city, esteemed scientists, and even curious spectators all witnessed this new chapter in humanity's understanding of life and death. Among the sea of faces, Augusta recognized a few distinguished guests. The Prime Minister was resplendent in his formal attire, his eyes gleaming with interest and admiration. Members of the royal family, always the supporters of scientific advancements, were also present. Their elegant attire added a touch of regal grace to the scientific breakthrough event. There was a brief exchange of pleasantries, a subtle dance of respect and acknowledgement before Augusta and William finally excused themselves, their hearts still racing from the exhilaration of the press conference. Outside, the soft hum of their self-driving car was a comforting melody against the city's symphony. The vibrant streets of New York came alive under the neon glow, a testament to the ceaseless spirit of innovation and progress. As their car smoothly navigated the pulsating cityscape, Augusta couldn't help but reflect on the remarkable turn of events. They were not just venturing into uncharted scientific territory, but also leading humanity into a new era of understanding and connection with the spectral realm. Seated side by side, Augusta and William found themselves enveloped in a warm silence, the kind that comes with shared understanding and years of companionship. As they watched the city passing by through the car's panoramic glass roof, an idea began to take shape in William's mind. "Augie," he started, using the affectionate nickname he'd bestowed on her. "How about a world road show?" She turned to him, the city's neon lights casting an ethereal glow on her intrigued face. "A road show?" "Exactly." William nodded, his excitement building. "You should travel across the globe, introducing SpectraSnap personally. You can address people's concerns, answer their queries, and most importantly, provide them with the facts before any misconceptions can take root." His words hung in the air, vibrant and alive, like the city outside. Augusta studied him momentarily before a slow smile spread across her face. "William, that's an excellent idea. But I would need you right there beside me." He reassuringly squeezed her hand. "I wouldn't have it any other way, love." Together, they started discussing their grand roadshow plan, the countries they would visit first, the notable figures they should talk with, and the important messages they needed to deliver. They conversed about the potential length of the journey, the preparation it would require, and the vast array of cultures they'd get to experience. They were already envisioning this grand adventure, their shared excitement filling the car, transforming the routine ride home into a brainstorming session for an epic global voyage. They imagined visiting Tokyo, which has a fusion of traditional temples and towering skyscrapers, and then Paris, which has enchanting charm and romantic allure. They thought of meeting the curious minds in the academies of Moscow, the bustling tech forums of Silicon Valley, and the revolutionary thinkers in the cutting-edge tech hubs of Africa. As the familiar facade of their home came into view, Augusta felt a surge of confidence. She was sure she could convince the Spectral Interface Board. After all, this was not just about their invention anymore. It was about a world waiting to embrace a new era, and they were the torchbearers ready to illuminate the path. This roadshow was a crucial first step, and they were ready to embark on this exciting journey. Chapter 2. The Roadshow Vision. The Spectral Interface Facility's boardroom was filled with anticipation as Augusta walked in. As Augusta moved to the head of the table, she glanced at the board of directors. "Good morning," Augusta began, her voice echoing subtly in the high-tech space. "Today I'd like to propose a new venture, a global initiative that will usher in the next phase of our journey with SpectraSnap." A murmur of interest rippled around the table, piquing Augusta's confidence. Taking a deep breath, she continued, "A world roadshow, an opportunity for us to reach out to people across different cultures and backgrounds, to demonstrate the potential of SpectraSnap firsthand, and to dispel any fears or misconceptions surrounding its use." William, who was seated next to her, squeezed her hand gently in support, his proud gaze never leaving her. Questions arose, cutting through the room's anticipatory silence. "Why a roadshow, Augusta? Isn't the app self-explanatory? What's the strategy? Why America first?" With a calm smile, Augusta replied, "The roadshow isn't just about explaining how the app works. It's about establishing a dialogue, listening to people's concerns, addressing them, and providing them the necessary guidance to navigate this new reality. America," she continued, "has always been a hub of innovation and acceptance of groundbreaking technologies. Their multicultural populace provides a diverse user base for SpectraSnap. Our success there would set a significant precedent for the rest of the world." The boardroom buzzed with conversations, the directors engaging in heated debates, contemplating the proposition. Finally, after what felt like hours, a consensus was reached. They would wait until the conclusion of the World Roadshow before releasing the app. Augusta and William exchanged a relieved look. This was a big step, a commitment that would change their lives. But they knew it was a necessary one. The future of SpectraSnap, and perhaps even the future of humanity's relationship with the spectral realm, depended on it. The days that followed were a whirlwind of activity. The Spectral Interface Facility was a flurry of relentless movement and industrious fervor. The management teams were busy devising strategies and mapping out detailed plans for the World Roadshow. The engineering and tech teams worked tirelessly to ensure the flawless functionality of the SpectraSnap app and its resilience in diverse geographical locations and climates. Augusta and William found themselves engrossed in a range of preparations. The responsibility of representing Augusta's brainchild on a global platform was daunting, yet they couldn't shake off an exhilarating sense of anticipation. Between lengthy meetings with marketing professionals, press liaisons, and technical experts, they found themselves often caught up in brainstorming sessions that ran late into the night. One evening, in the midst of yet another planning session, Augusta looked across at William. His eyes sparkled with determination, and his relentless passion was visible in the way he was fully engrossed in the preparations. She was reminded of why they had embarked on this journey to begin with. She smiled, acknowledging her boundless love. As the weeks drew closer to their departure for America, the feeling of an impending new chapter hung in the air. They were ready for whatever lay ahead, prepared to change the world one SpectraSnap at a time. The last day at the Spectral Interface Facility was spent in a flurry of farewells and good luck wishes, marking the end of one phase and the exciting start of another. Later that evening, Augusta and William packed their suitcases for their impending journey. "Can you believe we're actually doing this?" Augusta asked, folding a silk blouse and placing it delicately in her suitcase. William looked over at her from his spot on the bed, grinning while packing his suitcase. "Several weeks ago, this was just an idea. Now we're flying to San Francisco." William looks over at Augusta with a bright grin. "Are you ready for this, love?" She looked back at him, a glint of excitement in her eyes. "More than ever." At the private airstrip, the smell of jet fuel was potent, mixed with a sense of adventure. The sleek modern jet awaited them on the runway, its wings gleaming under the afternoon sun. Their private jet was a testament to elegance, the Spectral Interface logo glinting off the steel-grey fuselage. As they boarded, Augusta paused at the top of the steps, looking back at the city she called home. "Next stop, San Francisco," she murmured. The flight was smooth and luxurious, and the cabin was decked out with plush seats and an array of top-notch amenities. A private chef had prepared a delightful menu featuring a light caprese salad, followed by seared scallops and a delicate chocolate mousse for dessert. They dined while watching the landscape change beneath them, their conversation filled with laughter and shared dreams. As they descended into San Francisco, Augusta felt a rush of excitement. The city sparkled below them, a vibrant landscape of twinkling lights and looming skyscrapers. As Augusta and William disembarked the airplane, they stepped into the lively whirl of the bustling airport. The space buzzed with travelers and airport personnel, a symphony of rolling suitcases and distant announcements echoing through the terminal. Their arrival sparked a wave of excitement, attracting the attention of those around them. Augusta, a celebrated figure in the scientific community and a beacon of innovation, was instantly recognized. Passengers and staff paused in their tracks, their smartphones aloft, hoping to capture the woman rumored to be on the brink of revolutionizing human interaction with the spectral world. Among the onlookers, a young woman edged closer, her approach hesitant. Clutching her phone with both hands, she wore an expression of awe mixed with nervousness. "Dr. Steele, could I take a picture with you?" She asked, her voice a timid whisper that barely cut through the hum of the airport. Augusta turned to her with a warm, encouraging smile, her presence calming. "Of course," she responded, her tone soft yet cheerful. The young woman's face brightened with a smile, her gratitude evident as she moved to stand beside Augusta. Her hands trembled slightly with the weight of the moment as she readied her phone, thrilled to be capturing a photo with a woman whose work might soon touch countless lives. Their ride to the hotel was brief yet exciting. The cityscape of San Francisco unfurled before them, lit up under the cloak of twilight. The sight of the Golden Gate Bridge, an iconic emblem of the city, took Augusta's breath away. Their hotel, one of the city's finest, was a stately structure of grandeur. As they checked into their suite, a stunning vista of the San Francisco skyline awaited them through floor-to-ceiling windows. It was a magnificent sight, symbolizing a city ready to embrace the spectral future. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" William said, wrapping an arm around Augusta. She nodded, a twinkle in her eye. "Yes, and it's just the start." Their journey had truly begun. The next day the world would know about SpectraSnap. The morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of their suite, casting a golden glow on everything it touched. Augusta stood at the window, coffee cup in hand, watching as San Francisco came to life beneath her. Today was the day they would introduce SpectraSnap to America, the first stop on their World Roadshow. William emerged from the bathroom, a towel draped around his neck. He stole a glance at Augusta, her silhouette framed by the morning sun, and felt a surge of admiration. This was a woman who wasn't afraid to turn the impossible into reality. "Quite a view, isn't it?" he asked, joining her at the window. She smiled. "Yes, it is. But there's an even better one waiting for us out there." Their day was packed. The first stop was the San Francisco Science Center, where they were scheduled to hold a press conference. There they would discuss SpectraSnap's capabilities and give a live demonstration. From there, they would move on to a roundtable discussion with a select group of scholars, tech enthusiasts, and spiritual leaders. The intention was to engage in a deep dive into the implications of SpectraSnap for society and explore possible regulatory and ethical considerations. The day would culminate in a public forum at the city's convention center, where ordinary citizens could ask questions and share their thoughts about SpectraSnap. Augusta wanted to make sure that they were engaging with the people who would be using SpectraSnap, not just the decision-makers and influencers. They were met by a crowd of eager journalists and enthusiastic fans as they left their hotel. Augusta gave a warm smile to the crowd, waving as flashbulbs popped and the crowd cheered. This was it. They were taking their first steps into a world that SpectraSnap would change forever. As they made their way to their car, hand in hand, they knew they were ready for whatever was to come. After all, they were on this journey together. The Science Center was buzzing with anticipation. Reporters, photographers, tech enthusiasts, and a few lucky members of the public filled the auditorium. A hush fell over the crowd as Augusta and William walked onto the stage. "Good morning, San Francisco," Augusta greeted, her voice resounding throughout the hall. William watched her with pride, his heart swelling with admiration for her poise and grace under the spotlight. Augusta outlined SpectraSnap's capabilities, describing how it works, how they arrived at this innovation, and how it can bridge the gap between the spectral and physical realms. As Augusta finished her presentation about SpectraSnap, the room was electric with anticipation. The audience was eager to witness SpectraSnap in action. A reporter, a woman known for her calm demeanor and skeptical approach to everything, volunteered to be part of the live demonstration. "Let's give this a whirl, shall we?" she said, her voice ringing out clearly in the packed auditorium. Her name was Linda Parker, a seasoned investigative journalist for the San Francisco Tribune, known citywide for her relentless pursuit of truth. She was a pillar in her field, and her skeptical nature and analytical mind made her the perfect candidate for a live demonstration. William nodded and pulled out his mobile phone. His phone was mirrored on the enormous digital screen behind them, so everyone in the room could see what he was doing. He activated the SpectraSnap app and directed it towards Linda. The room fell silent as the app processed the image. Moments later, SpectraSnap revealed the presence of 3 spectral figures around Linda. One was an elderly woman, her spectral hands resting comfortingly on Linda's shoulders. The second was a tall spectral figure of a man standing protectively behind her. And the third was a small spectral figure of a girl holding Linda's hand. Linda gasped as she saw the spectral images surrounding her, recognizing them instantly. "That's my grandma, my uncle, and my sister," she stammered, her usually firm voice wavering. The tough, skeptical journalist was visibly moved, her eyes welling up with tears. The audience watched in silence, captivated by the raw, emotional moment. The room was filled with a range of emotions: disbelief, shock, awe, but above all, profound fascination. The spectacle unfolded on the stage was undeniable proof that SpectraSnap was real, and it was changing the way people perceived their world. "Thank you, Linda," Augusta said gently. "Thank you for sharing this moment with us." Linda nodded, wiping away her tears. "Thank you," she whispered. This changes everything." The room erupted into applause. This was more than just another demonstration. It was a deeply personal moment shared with hundreds of people, It was a testament to the power of SpectraSnap, and it would become a memorable chapter in their World Roadshow. As the demonstration ended, Augusta opened the floor to questions. The discussion ranged from the implications of SpectraSnap to ethical considerations and potential misuse. Augusta handled each question with grace and intellect, acknowledging concerns and ensuring they were committed to using SpectraSnap responsibly. The rest of the day unfolded in a whirlwind of roundtable discussions, forums, and impromptu conversations. They listened, responded, reassured, and inspired. They shared their vision of a world where people could find solace in the spectral realm, a world where SpectraSnap could bridge gaps that once seemed impossible. When they finally returned to their hotel room that night, it was with the satisfaction of a day well spent. As they looked over the city from their suite, the lights of San Francisco twinkling beneath them, they knew they had embarked on an extraordinary journey. This was just the beginning, the first of many conversations to come, and they were ready to continue their journey to bring SpectraSnap to the world. One city at a time, they would continue to unravel the incredible possibilities of this remarkable invention, spreading hope and healing around the globe. They were ready to face the challenges, the skeptics, and the critics, for they believed in SpectraSnap and its potential to change the world. As they settled into bed, their hearts brimming with the day's experiences, they knew that tomorrow would bring another day of exploration, discovery, and conversation, and they were ready to embrace it together. The next morning, as the first light of dawn spilled through their hotel window, the couple set out for another day of their SpectraSnap World Roadshow. They had a tight schedule filled with interviews, meetings, and public appearances. But amidst the hustle, there was always room for the unexpected. They found themselves in a small cafe tucked away in the heart of San Francisco. They sat by the window, enjoying a quiet moment away from the whirlwind of activities. Augusta had a steaming cup of coffee while William read from a news tablet, his brows furrowed in concentration. "Did you know people are already starting to report spectral experiences?" William asked, looking up from his tablet. "Really?" Augusta replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. "The app isn't even available for the public yet." "True, but there are a lot of beta testers. This person says they saw their late mother through SpectraSnap. It's amazing, Augusta. It's changing lives already." Augusta smiled, the success stories already starting to trickle in, validating their long years of hard work. "That's why we are doing this, isn't it? To help people and connect them with their loved ones. This is just the beginning, Will." They spent the rest of their breakfast discussing the possibilities, their minds filled with plans and ideas for the future. The people they would meet, the cities they would visit, and the hope they would spread. Augusta was excited, filled with a contagious energy. Their breakfast conversation was interrupted by a gentle chime from William's mobile phone. An email had come in from the Spectral Interface Facility back in New York. The board was requesting an update, eager to hear about the success of their journey so far. As they finished their coffee, they drafted a response together, their excitement palpable even in their formal email. And so, their second day in San Francisco began. They stepped out of the cafe, ready to continue their mission, to show the world the incredible capabilities of SpectraSnap and the comforting presence of the spectral world. As they stepped back into the whirlwind of their World Roadshow, they carried with them the hope of what SpectraSnap could achieve, the stories of the people they had already touched, and the knowledge that they were just at the beginning of an incredible journey. And they were ready to face the day, face the world, and bring SpectraSnap to the people who needed it most. Word of their presence in San Francisco had spread quickly, and by the time they arrived at the Golden Gate Park for a scheduled public talk, a sizable crowd had gathered. It was an eclectic mix of curious locals, enthusiastic tech enthusiasts, and even a few skeptics. Among them was Father Lucas, a prominent local figure known for his fierce speeches against what he called technological transgressions. As Augusta stood before the audience, her speech was punctuated by the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant hum of the city. She spoke with a calm confidence, explaining the purpose and function of the SpectraSnap. but as she wound down her presentation, a voice boomed from the crowd. "Dr. Steele, do you not think that this invention of yours breaches the sanctity of the spiritual realm? And how can we be certain that what you claim is the truth?" The room fell silent, all eyes shifting towards the speaker. Standing tall amidst the crowd was Father Lucas, a figure known not just in San Francisco but across America. Father Lucas was a respected man, his deep, resonant voice filling the room. A tall, burly man in his 60s, he had a full head of silver hair, a testament to his age and wisdom. His eyes were a deep blue like the ocean, and they sparkled with intelligence and conviction. His gaze was unyielding, his eyes holding a level of intensity that would make the most formidable adversary flinch. He was a pillar of the community, a man of the cloth who held firm to his beliefs. Known for his unwavering faith and unyielding principles, Father Lucas was not one to shy away from expressing his opinions, especially when it came to matters of spirituality. He was an influential figure in San Francisco's religious community, known for his articulate sermons and a steadfast belief in the sacredness of the spiritual realm. His comment, while respectful, was laced with skepticism. His stern gaze focused on Augusta, a clear challenge to the inventor to justify her invention's potential intrusions into the divine. The atmosphere in the room had shifted. What had been an air of awe and fascination was now mixed with tension and curiosity. The audience held its breath, waiting for Augusta's response. Augusta allowed a moment of silence to settle before she spoke. Her response, when it came, was thoughtful and respectful. "Father Lucas," she began, her voice steady and confident, "I understand your concerns. SpectraSnap is not about breaching the sanctity of the spiritual realm. Rather, it's about embracing and understanding the connections we have with those who have passed on." She paused, her gaze sweeping across the attentive crowd before returning to Father Lucas. "I believe in the sanctity and sacredness of the spiritual realm. SpectraSnap does not intrude upon this sanctity. It merely allows us a glimpse, a brief connection, just enough to know that our departed loved ones are still with us in some form." Her words seemed to hang in the air, her sincerity reaching out to every soul in the room. The tension in the room eased, replaced by a palpable sense of anticipation. Augusta's gaze remained steady on Father Lucas. "Father Lucas," Augusta continued, her voice carrying an amicable tone, "would you be open to a demonstration of SpectraSnap's capabilities? I assure you, we operate with the utmost respect for the spectral beings, merely seeking to foster a sense of connection rather than disruption." The priest, taken aback by the directness of Augusta's proposition, was silent for a moment. The entire auditorium seemed to hold its breath, waiting for his response. Father Lucas then nodded slowly, agreeing to the demonstration. The room exhaled in unison, a sense of anticipation rising as they prepared for what was to come next. Augusta looked at William, then back at the crowd. She held up her phone with the SpectraSnap app open. Her cell phone was mirrored on the enormous digital screen behind them, so everyone in the room could see what she was doing. She activated the SpectraSnap app and turned her phone towards Father Lucas. The screen revealed a spectral figure beside Father Lucas. It was an older woman, a warm smile etched on her ethereal face. The crowd gasped. Father Lucas was visibly shaken. His eyes widened as he recognized the spectral figure. "Mother," he whispered, his usual stern voice trembling with emotion. "Yes, Father Lucas," Augusta said gently. "The SpectraSnap isn't about interfering with the spiritual realm, but about understanding, acknowledging and connecting with it, just like we connect with each other in our physical realm." The park was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, applause began to ripple through the crowd. Father Lucas stood speechless, a single tear trickling down his cheek. Augusta turned back to the crowd, her voice echoing across the park. "The SpectraSnap is about connection, about love that transcends realms. It's about unity, acceptance, and understanding. And so, under the azure sky of San Francisco, amidst the whispers of the wind and rustling leaves, the SpectraSnap stood victorious, having bridged not just the gap between the spectral and physical realm, but also the chasm of doubt within the hearts of the skeptics. The day marked another significant milestone in their global roadshow, a victory against skepticism and for love and connection. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Augusta and William stood there, the gravity of the moment sinking in. They had taken another big step toward their goal, and they knew this was just the beginning. They had many more cities to visit, many more hearts to touch, and many more connections to foster. And they were ready. Ready to face the world with the SpectraSnap and change it, one spectral connection at a time. Chapter 3. The journey continues. The news of the SpectraSnap demonstration with Father Lucas spread like wildfire. News stations, social media, and newspapers were abuzz with the groundbreaking event that had taken place in San Francisco. Augusta Steele, the brilliant inventor, had proven her innovation on a public platform, and now the whole nation was watching. The bustling San Francisco International Airport was a whirlwind of energy as they prepared to depart for their next destination. Photographers huddled together, hoping to get a shot of the renowned scientist and her security chief husband, while journalists tried to squeeze in last-minute questions amidst the frenzy. "We're heading to Houston next," Augusta said, her voice carrying above the clamor. "The heart of space exploration seems like a perfect place to discuss bridging realms, don't you think?" The crowd responded with a chorus of laughter and applause. Augusta and William, holding hands, headed towards the private jet that awaited them. Inside the plush cabin of the plane, they settled into their seats. The familiar hum of the engine was soothing after the frenzy of the airport. As the plane ascended, painting a golden sunset against the backdrop of the vibrant city, they found themselves enveloped in tranquility. "To Houston, then," William toasted, raising his glass towards Augusta. "To Houston," Augusta echoed, her eyes twinkling with anticipation. The journey was smooth, the private jet cutting across the darkening skies like a silver arrow. Over a dinner of herb-crusted salmon and a bottle of fine Californian wine, they discussed their strategies for the Houston presentation. "I think I should delve deeper into the science behind SpectraSnap this time," suggested Augusta. "With Houston being home to NASA, I believe we'll have a more scientifically curious crowd." William nodded in agreement. "I think that's a great idea. Plus, we can always prepare for any spiritual concerns, considering how well you handled it in San Francisco." As they delved deeper into their discussion, the city lights of Houston began to sparkle beneath them. Another city, another crowd, and another opportunity to share the magic of SpectraSnap. Their journey was far from over, but with each stop, they were a step closer to their goal. Upon landing, they were whisked off to their luxury hotel, the Post Oak, where they were welcomed with warm Texan hospitality. As they stepped into their spacious suite, the city lights of Houston beckoned from the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Here we are, love," William said, pulling Augusta into his arms. "Ready to conquer another city?" "With you by my side, always," she replied, her eyes filled with resolve and love. With Houston as their new backdrop, they prepared for the next chapter of their roadshow, ready to change another corner of the world with the power of SpectraSnap. The excitement of the day slowly unwound as the night drew in. As the city lights sparkled below, Augusta found a quiet corner in their suite, cradling her phone against her ear. "Dad," she started, her voice soft. "We made it to Houston." A gruff but affectionate voice responded on the other end of the line. "Houston, huh? I've never been there myself. How's it treating you?" "It's beautiful, Dad, and the people are so warm and welcoming. I think you would have loved it here." Augusta's gaze drifted across the sprawling cityscape. "I'm sure I would have if I were there with you," her father said. There was a softness in his tone that tugged at Augusta's heartstrings. How did the conference go? Augusta couldn't help but beam at the question. It was more than I could have ever hoped for, Dad. SpectraSnap is changing lives. I knew it would, honey. I've always known you'd do great things. The pride in his voice was palpable, filling Augusta with warmth. I miss you, Dad, she confessed, her voice barely more than a whisper. I miss you too, sweetheart. But I'm so proud of you. You're out there, changing the world. I couldn't ask for more. Just remember to take care of yourself too, okay? Augusta chuckled softly, her eyes glistening. I will, Dad. I promise. As they bid each other good night, Augusta felt a sense of serenity settles over her. No matter how far she traveled, the bond with her family remained her anchor. It was these bonds, after all, that had inspired SpectraSnap in the first place. As dawn broke over the sprawling cityscape of Houston, Augusta and William were already awake, preparing for another exciting day on their SpectraSnap World Roadshow. The city buzzed with anticipation. Houston, the cradle of American space exploration, was about to witness another leap in human understanding. At the Johnson Space Center, a venue chosen for its symbolic value, a large crowd had gathered. Renowned scientists, enthusiastic students, curious locals, and media personnel thronged the auditorium, waiting for the demonstration to begin. Clad in a crisp white suit, Augusta looked confident and radiant as she walked onto the stage, William following close behind. The applause that greeted them was warm and welcoming. "Good morning, Houston," Augusta greeted, her voice echoing in the auditorium. "It's an honor to be here at the Johnson Space Center, a place that symbolizes our quest to understand the universe. Today, we are here to expand that understanding a little bit further." The presentation went smoothly. Augusta took the audience through the science of SpectraSnap and explained in detail how it worked, from spectral energy detection to conversion into images. Questions were raised, theories were debated, and by the end of it, there was a sense of awe in the room. It was evident to everyone present that SpectraSnap was more than a technological breakthrough. It was a tool that could alter how humanity interacted with the spiritual realm. In his role as the head of security, William ensured the demonstration was carried out safely and without interruptions. His attentive eyes scanned the crowd, his mind continually assessing potential risks, while also taking pride in his wife's impressive presentation. After the demonstration, a man with an air of quiet intelligence approached the stage. His sharp features were complemented by neatly combed hair and glasses that framed thoughtful eyes, marking him as someone of significance in the academic community. This was Dr. Leonard Hofstadter, a renowned theoretical physicist known for his meticulous work and keen insights into the fabric of the cosmos. As he neared, Augusta recognized him immediately and greeted him with deep respect. "Dr. Hofstadter, what an honor," she said, extending her hand. The two of them quickly dove into a profound conversation about the SpectraSnap application. Dr. Hofstadter expressed his genuine fascination and appreciation for Augusta's innovative approach to merging technology with the spectral realm. His enthusiastic endorsement and thoughtful questions underscored the significance of the demonstration, enhancing the credibility of the roadshow and highlighting the groundbreaking potential of SpectraSnap. After wrapping up another triumphant demonstration in Houston, Augusta and William's spirits were high. The event had not only been a success, but also further solidified their confidence and determination in the potential of SpectraSnap. As they moved through Houston, their presence did not go unnoticed. People recognized them wherever they went, offering smiles and occasional nods of recognition. To celebrate their achievements and take in the local flavor, they indulged in a hearty Texas BBQ dinner, savoring the rich, smoky flavors that are a hallmark of the region. The meal was a delightful pause in their hectic schedule, filled with lively conversation and plans for their next steps. Their exploration of Houston continued with a guided tour, led by a knowledgeable local who was eager to show off the city's best sights. They visited landmarks and museums, soaking in the vibrant culture and history of the city. The tour was informative and relaxing, allowing them to momentarily step away from their professional roles and enjoy being tourists. As the day wound down, Augusta and William returned to their hotel suite, where they took a moment to appreciate the sweeping cityscape from their window. The twinkling lights of Houston spread out beneath them, each light a reminder of the impact they were making with every demonstration and every city they visited. For now, they were content just to be, basking in the glow of the city and their recent successes, before the dawn called them to their next destination. After a whirlwind of a time in Houston, it was time for Augusta and William to bid farewell to the Lone Star State. They packed their bags, filled with keepsakes and mementos, and with hearts full of gratitude and excitement, they headed towards their next stop, the vibrant city of Memphis, Tennessee. Their private jet soared across the clear morning sky, the tranquility of the flight allowing them a brief respite from their rigorous schedule. They spent the flight reminiscing about their previous stops, discussing the upcoming roadshow in Memphis, and even managed to sneak in a quick chess game, a shared hobby they enjoyed during their downtime. Upon landing, they were greeted by a local blues band's soulful melodies, a welcome unmistakably Memphis. The paparazzi were out in full force, cameras flashing as news of their arrival spread. Fans of Augusta's work had gathered, holding signs welcoming them and expressing their anticipation for the SpectraSnap demonstration. The roadshow in Memphis was set to take place at the historic Sun Studio, often referred to as the birthplace of rock and roll. It was an apt choice for SpectraSnap, another revolutionary invention that was about to rock the world. Memphis is alive with music and history, and what better place to demonstrate SpectraSnap than the Sun Studio, where legendary artists like Elvis Presley and Johnny Cash have left their imprints, Augusta said to the local press. Their music has touched countless souls, and now with SpectraSnap, we hope to create connections that touch people in a whole new way. The days leading up to the event were filled with interviews, sightseeing, and last-minute preparations. The couple enjoyed a visit to Graceland, tried the city's famed barbecue, and even danced to some live blues music, delighting in the unique rhythm of Memphis. As they discussed their plans for the roadshow, Augusta's eyes had an unmistakable sparkle, a mixture of excitement and anticipation. "I can't wait to show Memphis what SpectraSnap can do," she declared. "Let's rock and roll, Will." With their spirits high and their resolve firm, they prepared to introduce SpectraSnap to the people of Memphis, ready for another impactful chapter of their roadshow. The Music City was about to witness a new kind of melody, the Symphony of SpectraSnap. The day of the roadshow in Memphis was imbued with an electric atmosphere. Sun Studio was abuzz with activity as the staff prepared for what was no doubt a historic event. The excitement was palpable, spreading across the city, reflected in the anticipatory gazes of the crowd that had started to gather hours before the event. Inside the studio, Augusta and William walked through the hallowed halls, taking in the rich history that the walls whispered. "This place has such a powerful energy," Augusta said, her gaze tracing the path of countless musical legends who had walked these corridors. "I can't wait to see how SpectraSnap interacts with it." As the show kicked off, the energy was electric. The massive auditorium was packed to the brim, and the attendees were a motley crew of skeptics, believers, casual observers and hardcore fans, all united in their curiosity for SpectraSnap. As Augusta walked out on stage, a wave of applause echoed through the hall. The brilliant woman before them was not just a beacon of innovation, but also a harbinger of a new understanding of existence itself. As Augusta began her demonstration, she decided to involve the audience. She called for a volunteer, and a woman with kind eyes and a glowing smile stepped forward. She introduced herself as Loretta, a distant relative of the late B.B. King. "Would you be okay with us trying to connect with B.B. King?" Augusta asked her, her voice brimming with warmth and respect. Loretta nodded, her face reflecting a cocktail of excitement, nervousness, and anticipation. With all eyes glued to the stage, William brought out his mobile phone, opened the SpectraSnap app and captured an image of Loretta. On the large screen mirroring his phone, spectral energies materialized around Loretta, forming a distinct figure. B.B. King with his signature guitar, Lucille. The room erupted into a chorus of gasps and applause. The skeptics were silenced, their faces reflecting a dawning realization. The believers were beaming, their faith in SpectraSnap vindicated. Those on the fence had been swayed, swept away by the groundbreaking potential of SpectraSnap. However, what truly filled the room were not tears of sadness, but smiles of joy. The people in that hall were given a glimpse of their loved ones, not as a distant memory, but as present entities. It was a room not of mourning, but of celebration, filled with the spirit of Memphis's rich musical history and the joyous reunion of Loretta with her legendary relative. Following the event, Augusta and William hand in hand exited the stage to resounding applause. They had done it again. They had taken another city by storm, enlightening minds, soothing hearts, and building bridges between realms. As they prepared to embark on the next leg of their journey, they knew they were one step closer to their goal. They were shaping a world where spectral and physical realities coexisted. A world where love, memories, and connections transcended the barriers of life and death. And they were just getting started. It was late in the evening when Augusta called Jenny from their suite at the illustrious Peabody Hotel in Memphis. The historic hotel was known for its charm and elegance, and it had been an ideal sanctuary for the couple after their eventful day. "Jenny, you should see this place," Augusta started, her voice filled with excitement as she walked to the window, watching the famous Peabody ducks waddle around in the Italianate fountain. "It's grand, elegant, almost as flamboyant as you are." A laugh echoed from the other end of the call, and Augusta could picture Jenny rolling her eyes with an affectionate smile. "Oh, you flatterer. So how's the journey going, San Francisco, Houston, and now Memphis? You're turning quite the globetrotter, aren't you?" "It's been an adventure, Jenny," Augusta confessed, sinking into the plush armchair, her eyes on William, who was pouring them both a glass of wine. "Each city has its own energy, its own spirit. It's been incredible to see how they react to SpectraSnap." "Well, they'd be fools not to see the genius that it is and the genius who made it," Jenny remarked, pride clear in her voice. William walked over and took the phone from Augusta. "Hi, Jenny. Your genius friend here is being too humble. She's been absolutely spectacular." Jenny chuckled. "Oh, I don't doubt it for a second. You two take care, okay? And Augusta, don't forget to eat. I know how carried away you can get." The call ended with shared laughter, and they promised to keep in touch, leaving them both wrapped in a warm glow of friendship that stretched miles. After a fulfilling conversation with Jenny, Augusta and William packed their bags to head to their next destination, Chicago. The birthplace of the skyscraper jazz and deep dish pizza was a city that had played a crucial role in shaping American culture. The following day was a whirlwind of activities. Checking out their hotel, saying their goodbyes to Memphis, they boarded their private jet, ready for the next chapter of their journey. "Chicago, here we come," William declared with infectious excitement as their private plane took off from Memphis. As the skyline of Chicago started to emerge on the horizon, they shared a glance, their hands intertwining. The Windy City was ready for the SpectraSnap revolution, and they were eager to see what it had in store for them. Upon landing in Chicago, they were greeted with an unseasonably cool summer day. Augusta and William checked into the iconic Drake Hotel, their abode overlooking the glimmering waters of Lake Michigan. After a quick freshening up, Augusta and William headed to the Chicago History Museum for their next roadshow. As they walked through the grand entrance, their eyes fell upon the museum's special exhibit, Ghosts of Chicago, A Spectral History. Their scheduled demonstration was to take place in front of this exhibit. A clever touch, Augusta thought, perfectly aligning with the SpectraSnap technology. As the audience trickled in, she couldn't help but feel a shiver of anticipation. What spectral energy might they capture here, in a city so steeped in history? As Augusta initiated the demonstration, A peculiar surge of spectral energy piqued her interest in the SpectraSnap app on her phone. It was more potent, more vibrant than anything she had previously encountered. The crowd watched with bated breath as the energy took form on the grand screen above the stage. The figure that materialized was an undeniably familiar sight to every Chicagoan present. A man in a sharp suit, a fedora perched jauntily on his head, and a face that had graced countless history books and crime documentaries. Al Capone, one of the most infamous figures in Chicago's history. A collective gasp swept through the audience, a wave of shock and disbelief flooding the room. "Dear guests," Augusta said, her voice steady yet filled with a hint of wonder, "it appears we are graced with an unexpected visitor." The image of Al Capone remained, his spectral form glancing around with an air of curiosity and perhaps remorse. Taking everyone by surprise, Augusta activated a lesser-known feature of the SpectraSnap, its ability to capture video for a short duration. Al Capone's spectral image flickered on the screen for a tense 15 seconds, his lips moving, but no sound emanating. Once the recording finished, Augusta played it back on the screen, revealing Capone's spectral form, silently mouthing words. In the crowd, a woman who was adept at lip-reading stood up, her face pale yet composed. "He's saying, 'I'm sorry,'" she relayed, her voice barely above a whisper, yet echoing loudly in the stunned silence of the room. The revelation shook the crowd. An apology from the spectral figure of one of history's most notorious gangsters sent the audience a wave of shock, disbelief, and intrigue. The SpectraSnap had once again breached the divide between realms, delivering messages from beyond in the most unexpected ways. The news of Al Capone's spectral appearance made headlines across the country, placing Augusta, William, and the SpectraSnap in the national spotlight once again. As they prepared for their next city, they knew they had left an indelible mark on Chicago. Little did they know, this was just the beginning of their extraordinary encounters. Augusta and William's departure from Chicago was tinged with the buzz of their recent success. CNN reporters were eagerly discussing their recent SpectraSnap demonstration, Al Capone's spectral apology still making headlines. The spectacle had put SpectraSnap on a global stage, and as their private jet soared into the sky, they couldn't help but feel the sense of accomplishment that filled the cabin. As they descended into Atlanta, the sprawling city emerged beneath them. It was a patchwork of lush green spaces, modern high-rises, and historic neighborhoods that had only grown more beautiful with time. The shimmering glass facade of the CNN Center and the vibrant colors of the Atlanta Beltline were instantly recognizable. Atlanta was more than ready to welcome them. As their plane taxied to a stop, Augusta and William saw the welcoming committee awaiting their arrival. Governor Davis, a robust man with a warm smile, and Mayor Baldwin, an energetic woman with a dynamic personality, were standing on the tarmac, the southern sun illuminating their figures. "Welcome to Atlanta, Dr. Steele, Mr. Steele." Mayor Baldwin greeted them with a friendly smile. "We've been excited to meet you both. Your work is simply groundbreaking." Governor Davis chimed in. "We have quite a tour planned for you over the next 2 days. We hope you'll get to see the heart and soul of our lovely city." After the warm welcome, they were escorted to their accommodation, the towering luxury of the St. Regis Atlanta. Their suite was a haven of elegance, an amalgamation of southern charm and modern luxury, with floor-to-ceiling windows providing an unparalleled view of the vibrant city. "I can't wait to see what Atlanta has in store for us," Augusta said, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked out over the city. "We are truly on an incredible journey, William." "And the journey has only just begun, love," William responded, his eyes reflecting the city's lights and his wife's infectious enthusiasm. Their adventure in Atlanta was just getting started, and they couldn't wait to see where it would lead. The following 2 days in Atlanta were an exhilarating whirlwind of sightseeing and cultural exploration. Under the warm Georgia sun, they strolled through the vibrant Atlanta Beltline, admiring the plethora of colorful murals and sculptures that dotted the trail. They visited the Martin Luther King Jr. National Historic Site, paying their respects at the civil rights leader's childhood home. At the heart of Atlanta's downtown, they marveled at the soaring heights of the Mercedes-Benz Stadium and the Georgia Aquarium, the largest in the Western Hemisphere. Augusta and William were met with smiles and warm greetings everywhere they went. Residents recognized them but remained respectfully at a distance, offering them space to enjoy their visit. The Southern hospitality was unmistakable. Even though they were guests, they felt at home. At each spot, William would take out his camera, capturing the picturesque landscapes, the architectural marvels, and the joyful faces of the people they met. His favorite was taking candid photos of Augusta, her joy and excitement for the journey lighting up her face. Their culinary journey was no less exciting. They indulged in some of Atlanta's most famous delicacies: fluffy buttermilk pancakes for breakfast, tangy barbecued pork for lunch, and the city's renowned peach cobbler for dessert. The Southern cuisine was rich and hearty, a delightful medley of flavors and textures. On their final evening, while enjoying a private dinner at the governor's mansion with Mayor Baldwin, Augusta gave an unplanned demonstration of SpectraSnap. As they chatted over sweet tea and cornbread, Augusta pointed her mobile phone at the mayor and hit on for 15 seconds. As the screen lit up, it revealed a spectral image standing beside Mayor Baldwin, a tall, graceful woman. Augusta recognized the figure as the mayor's late mother from the photos she'd seen earlier in the mayor's office. She was holding her daughter's hand, an affectionate smile on her face. Everyone at the table held their breath as the image held steady for a full 15 seconds. When the video ended and the spectral figure faded, Mayor Baldwin was teary-eyed but smiling, touched by this unexpected visit from her mother. "Thank you, Dr. Steele," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "You have no idea how much this means to me." The next morning, the day of the Atlanta Roadshow, dawned clear and bright. The Georgia World Congress Center, the venue for the event, was teeming with reporters, locals, and enthusiasts from across the nation. The anticipation was tangible, buzzing in the air like electricity. As Augusta took the stage, the applause was thunderous. Her charismatic presence held the crowd in rapture as she began to speak about SpectraSnap's journey and potential. As the Q&A began, reporters fired off questions about the technology, the implications, and their experiences on the roadshow so far. "Dr. Steele, how do you handle the skeptics and the believers, considering the emotional implications of your invention?" asked a CNN reporter. "I believe the most crucial aspect is to approach it with empathy," Augusta responded. "Whether people are skeptics or believers, it's essential to understand that SpectraSnap taps into something profoundly personal. We're just offering a new perspective, a bridge between realms." The time for the live demonstration arrived. The hall grew quiet as Augusta asked for a volunteer. The governor himself, intrigued and supportive, stepped up. Augusta turned her phone towards him, and the gathered audience watched with bated breath. As the spectral figure took form on the screen, a collective gasp echoed around the hall. The spectral figure was none other than the legendary civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr., and his recognizable features were rendered in ethereal detail. His spectral presence lasted for the entirety of the 15-second, his expression peaceful. The revelation sent a ripple of shock and awe throughout the room. Capturing the spectral presence of such an iconic figure was a moment that will go down in history, and it immediately made national headlines. After the presentation had concluded, Governor Davis arranged a private meeting with the descendants of Martin Luther King Jr. The evening found Augusta and William in a quiet corner of the Ritz-Carlton, where the King family had gathered to meet them. The room had a palpable sense of anticipation when Augusta and William entered. Among the King descendants were Martin Luther King VI, an active human rights advocate following his family's footsteps, and his great-great-great-daughter, Yolanda King, a young woman making her mark in the world of film. The introductions were warm and full of respect. Martin Luther King VI extended his hand to Augusta, his eyes reflecting profound appreciation. "Dr. Steele," he began, his voice carrying the weight of gratitude. "Today you've given us something more than just a glimpse of our great-great-great-grandfather. You've reignited his memory in a way we could never have imagined. Thank you." His words echoed in the silence that followed, leaving an emotional imprint on everyone in the room. Yolanda stepped forward, her eyes moist. "You have no idea how much this means to us," she said softly, wrapping Augusta in a heartfelt hug. Touched by their words and the emotion in the room, Augusta found her eyes welling up. "I am honored to be a part of this, to bring you closer to such a remarkable man. Today has been an unforgettable experience for me as well." As Augusta stepped back, she found William by her side, his arm around her. He hugged her, a silent testament to their shared journey and achievement. As they parted, he leaned down, kissing her forehead gently, their eyes meeting in a quiet, shared moment of triumph and gratitude. That evening, as they left the Ritz-Carlton, the streets of Atlanta shimmering under the evening lights, Augusta and William carried with them the success of another city and the deeply personal impact of Augusta's invention, the SpectraSnap. Leaving behind the echo of their success in Atlanta, Augusta and William set off for their next destination, Washington, D.C. As their private jet approached the capital, the site of the Pentagon, massive and formidable, came into view. The city sprawled out beneath them, monuments and buildings bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. They touched down smoothly at Washington Dulles International Airport, where the Secretary of State greeted them. Their roadshow had gained so much momentum that the nation's capital was awaiting their arrival with bated breath. As they were whisked away to their accommodation, the Hay Adams Hotel overlooking the White House, they couldn't help but marvel at the journey they had embarked upon. With the president's meeting on their agenda and the buzz of their successful roadshow trailing them, they were more ready than ever to introduce SpectraSnap to the heart of the nation. Chapter 4. Unearthed Secrets. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in the pulsing, neon-lit headquarters of the New York Police Department, Captain Samuel Rodriguez found himself staring at the spectral figures flickering on his mobile screen. Known affectionately as Sam by his friends, he bore the weight of a city's safety on his broad, sturdy shoulders. His keen grey eyes held an unexpected warmth that belied his rugged exterior, etched with the lines of a lifetime of service in law enforcement. His bond with Augusta had deepened into a strong friendship over the years, built on a foundation of mutual respect and shared experiences. Their paths crossed a decade ago when Sam, then a detective, presented an innovative idea. He suggested using the spectral interface technology to unlock secrets from spectral entities, aiding in solving cold cases. The potential for delivering long-delayed justice ignited a spark in Augusta, who saw the immense impact this could have. Augusta became Sam's most vocal supporter, taking his cause before the board of directors of the Spectral Interface. Armed with convincing arguments about the potential benefits and Sam's unwavering dedication to his job, she successfully secured the board's approval. From that point onwards, using spectral technology in criminal investigations became a reality, with Sam leading the charge. Having been instrumental in advocating using the spectral interface in solving cold cases, Sam became a crucial law enforcement figure over the years. His astute use of Augusta's technology to crack previously unsolvable cases didn't go unnoticed. The countless cold cases he closed earned him promotion after promotion, and he now proudly wears the title of captain. The evolution of the spectral interface to SpectraSnap brought new possibilities. Augusta's unwavering faith in her friend's capabilities and discretion gave Sam an early version of SpectraSnap for beta testing. Sam, seasoned by years of using the spectral interface, eagerly dived into exploring the expanded capabilities of SpectraSnap. As Sam ventured further into SpectraSnap's capabilities, he began to notice unsettling anomalies. Certain districts of New York became hotspots of spectral activity, far beyond the usual patterns he'd observed. These spectral entities seemed troubled, their spectral signatures flickering with an urgency that sent chills down Sam's spine. The SpectraSnap, far from its primary purpose of showcasing spectral imprints, was now painting an alarming image of spectral unrest. With a sense of unease creeping into his thoughts, Sam decided to investigate this matter further on his own. His intention was to approach Augusta once she returned from her roadshow, but till then he planned on gathering more information. Digging deeper, Sam remembered an old ally, Madame Zara. He had consulted her previously when the balance between the spectral and physical world was disturbed. Madame Zara, an enigmatic medium with knowledge of realms beyond the average person's understanding, had helped him navigate spectral intricacies. Stepping into her shop was akin to stepping into another world. Nestled in the city's old part, the shop's facade bore a mystical charm with its deep purple hue and window adorned with crystals and mystical symbols. As Sam pushed open the door, a rush of incense enveloped him. The interior was as enigmatic as its owner, with shelves hosting tarot decks, amulets and ancient tomes lining the walls. In the dimly lit room, Madame Zara was a captivating figure. Clad in layers of vibrant fabrics, she radiated an aura of arcane wisdom. As Sam approached her, her eyes locked onto his with a piercing gaze. "Samuel," she greeted, her voice soft, yet carrying an authoritative undertone. "Your energy tells me there's trouble afoot." "I need your help, Zara," Sam began, his voice steady. "Something's not right in the spectral realm. The SpectraSnap is picking up increased activity, and it feels ominous. I was hoping you could help me decipher what's happening." Even before Sam's visit, Madame Zara had been aware of SpectraSnap's existence. The local New York news channels had been abuzz with Augusta's groundbreaking invention, showcasing the SpectraSnap app's ability to take pictures and capture video of spectral entities. The captivating sight of Al Capone's spectral apology had been replayed countless times, stirring both awe and trepidation in viewers. Yet, this was the first time she was seeing SpectraSnap in person. As Sam initiated the demonstration, Madame Zara watched with keen interest. Her eyes, usually sparkling with an enigmatic mix of wisdom and curiosity, seemed even more alight with anticipation. The SpectraSnap, with its futuristic icon and controls, glowed in the semi-darkness of her mystic shop. Sam looked through the lens of his mobile phone at her, pressing the on button. For 15 seconds they remained still, the room falling into a deeper silence, punctuated only by the soft hum of the SpectraSnap. The screen lit up, and spectral images started to take form. Around Madame Zara, multiple figures manifested, some mere shadows, others more defined. The figures were varied, spanning different ages and eras, each carrying a distinct aura. The spectral images seemed to acknowledge Madame Zara, gravitating around her as if bound by an unseen force. As the last seconds ticked by, one spectral figure leaned in, whispering something into Madame Zara's ear. Although no sound was audible, Sam saw Madame Zara's eyes widen slightly in recognition. When the video capture ended, Sam looked over at Madame Zara. "You seem to be well acquainted with your spectral entourage," Sam remarked, his tone reflecting a mix of awe and curiosity. Madame Zara nodded, a thoughtful look in her eyes. "Yes, they've been with me for a long time. The woman who whispered to me, she's been my guide for many years." Sam thought about the surge in spectral activity he'd detected. Seeing Madame Zara's spectral companions seemed to underscore the unsettling fact that the spectral realm was becoming increasingly active. Sam relayed his unsettling observations about the spectral anomalies he had noticed across New York. He held his mobile phone up, the screen lighting up the dim interior as he scrolled through the unusual patterns of spectral activity he had documented. Madame Zara listened attentively, her usually vibrant eyes clouding with concern as she processed Sam's findings. "This SpectraSnap, it's a tool of unprecedented power," she began, her gaze fixed on the spectral images still flickering on Sam's mobile phone. "I can see how it could do incredible things, like help us understand our spectral companions better, help heal old wounds, and even solve cold cases. But every light casts a shadow, Sam. She paused, letting her words hang in the air. There is potential for misuse too. For example, desperate souls may seek to use it to end their lives prematurely, hoping to communicate through SpectraSnap. But I see more pros than cons. We just need to tread carefully. I appreciate your insights, Madame Zara, Sam said, nodding in agreement. I intend to investigate further, and I'll need your advice as we navigate these uncharted waters. Madame Zara gave a nod of affirmation. Of course, Samuel. I'll be here when you need me. Keep me updated. Absolutely, Sam agreed, his voice firm. I'll give you an update in 2 weeks. Until then, I'll keep digging into these anomalies. Sam left Madame Zara's shop, ready to delve deeper into the mysteries that SpectraSnap was beginning to unravel in Neo York. He knew the road ahead might be fraught with unknown challenges, but he was resolved to face them head-on for the sake of both the living and the spectral realms. Feeling a surge of adrenaline, Captain Samuel Rodriguez was stirred in a way he hadn't been for a long while. His promotion to captain 3 years ago had drawn him away from the thrill of investigations and into a world of paperwork, administrative duties and department management. Though he relished his leadership role and the chance to positively influence the department's culture, some of him missed the exhilaration of piecing together clues and uncovering secrets. He mulled over his game plan as he returned to the precinct from Madame Zara's shop. While his current responsibilities were extensive, he was confident he could balance this covert investigation with his work if he were careful. And though he'd grown adept at juggling a multitude of tasks, he recognized that he couldn't do this alone. He needed someone reliable, someone who could help him monitor the pulse of the city. His mind turned to Detective Benito Ben Mendoza, a seasoned detective he'd worked with on numerous cases over the years. Despite his gruff exterior, Ben was known for his razor-sharp instincts and an uncanny knack for noticing things others missed. Equally important, he was an excellent listener, and his extensive network of informants often provided the first whispers of anything unusual happening in Neo York. Determined, Sam decided to seek Ben's assistance. He was well aware that he'd need to approach the situation delicately to not raise suspicions or involve too many people. But he trusted Ben implicitly and knew that Ben's street smarts, combined with SpectraSnap's revelations, would be invaluable in his quest to unearth the truth behind the escalating spectral activities in Neo York. The next day, in the bustling headquarters of the Neo York Police Department, Sam found Ben poring over case files at his desk, a steaming cup of coffee beside him. He pulled up a chair and got straight to the point. "Ben, I need your help," Sam said, lowering his voice to ensure their conversation remained private. Knowing full well that he was about to disclose classified information, Sam took a deep breath. "Ben, you need to keep this between us," Sam began, his voice grave. "I've been beta testing a new app, SpectraSnap, created by my friend Dr. Augusta Steele. Like most of the world, Ben had seen the SpectraSnap presentation on the news. He'd marveled at the technology from afar, awed by the possibilities it presented. However, having it right in front of him, being privy to the spectral world, was an entirely different experience. Sam flicked through various images and short videos, each displaying an ethereal figure with varying degrees of clarity. "These," Sam paused, pointing at a particularly clear image of a spectral figure, "are what I've been capturing around Neo York. The app's functioning well, but there's a surge in spectral activity. That's not all. The spectral figures, they're behaving differently, more agitated, as if disturbed by something." Ben blinked, clearly trying to process the avalanche of information. He took the phone from Sam and his brow furrowed in concentration as he studied the spectral images. "These are spirits, Sam? Real spirits?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Sam nodded. "Yes, but it's more complicated than that. The technology connects us to a realm we still know so little about, and I have been there numerous times. And from what I've gathered, it seems like something's not right. I need your help, Ben, to figure out what's happening." Ben rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his gaze unfocused as he recalled recent events. "Now that you mention it, There have been some unusual happenings. A few days back, there was an incident down in Eastside. Folks were talking about seeing shadows moving on their own hearing whispers when no one was around. At first, I brushed it off as urban legends, the usual city chatter. But there were just too many reports saying the same thing. It was unsettling. Sam nodded, taking in Ben's account. That aligns with what I've been seeing. Ben, I think we're onto something big and potentially dangerous. Ben looked up at Sam, his eyes wide, but nodded. All right, Sam, I'm in. This is a lot. But it's too strange to ignore. Whatever is happening, we need to uncover it. His voice was firm, a testament to his unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, Ben extended his hand across the desk. If something strange happens in this city, we'll find it. Shaking Ben's hand firmly, Sam felt a surge of reassurance. As Sam walked away, he felt a little lighter, and despite the possible danger they faced, he was thrilled. It had been a while since he had immersed himself in a good mystery, and he was ready to uncover Neo York's secrets. Arriving home after the emotionally charged day, Sam greeted his family with warm smiles and affectionate hugs. His wife Mary, a kind-hearted woman with sparkling eyes full of life, had prepared a delicious feast, while their two teenagers, Jake and Sarah, had set the table. The aroma of their favorite dishes wafted through the house, creating a cozy and comforting atmosphere. Once dinner was served, Sam suggested they take a group picture before they began eating. For memory's sake, he had said, a slight tremor in his voice that he hoped his family didn't pick up on. What Sam was really looking for was spectral figures around them. He wanted to make sure his family was safe, especially because of Reynolds's malevolent spirit. As he pointed the SpectraSnap at his family, the app revealed the spectral entities around them. It was a sigh of relief when he saw that it wasn't Reynolds, but loved ones who had passed on surrounding them. Their spectral figures radiated with affection and warmth, protective of the living family they watched over. He quickly switched the app to regular camera mode and snapped a picture, hiding his relief behind a cheerful smile. As they began their dinner, Mary asked, "Sam, did you see the news coverage about Augusta's presentation in America? It's all over the media. She's done it again, hasn't she?" "Indeed she has," Sam replied, a fond smile gracing his features. "She never ceases to amaze me with her brilliance. The SpectraSnap is going to change a lot of things." Jake, their older teenager, chimed in with curiosity. "So this app, it really lets you see ghosts and stuff?" Sam chuckled, sharing a glance with Mary. "Well, it's a little more complicated than that, but yes, in a way." The youngest Sarah added, "That's both cool and kind of creepy, don't you think?" "Yeah," Sam agreed, ruffling her hair gently. "It's a whole new world we're stepping into." They continued their dinner, immersed in lively chatter, unaware of the spectral audience that smiled down at them, unaware of the journey that their patriarch was about to embark on. Chapter 5. The Spectral Mentor. Sam found himself drawn deeper into the spectral underbelly of Neo York. SpectraSnap had become an integral part of his life. It was much more than just a tool. He was beta testing. It served as a medium, an ally that connected him with the spectral realm. In the following days, he began to notice something odd. A spectral figure started appearing more frequently in his scans, a man dressed in clothing that seemed reminiscent of the early 20th century. The spectral figure didn't interact with the surroundings, but often gazed at Sam with an expression that seemed to convey deep wisdom and solemnity. Unlike others, who were passive or oblivious to Sam's presence, this spectral figure seemed aware of Sam. It didn't communicate in a typical manner. Instead, it directed Sam's attention to areas of heightened spectral activity, or places of historical significance around the city. Sam found himself wandering through the cobbled streets of Neo York, pulled by an almost magnetic force, following the spectral figure that seemed to dance on the edge of his vision. The figure, a silhouette cloaked in the attire of days gone by, often stood by historic landmarks, his gaze always fixed on some distant point. The spectral guide, although ethereal in nature, projected a gravity that spoke volumes of his connection to the city. Was he a mayor from the Roaring Twenties, his hat tipped at a jaunty angle? Or perhaps a policeman from the turbulent 60s, still on his never-ending beat? Or maybe just a humble citizen whose love and commitment to Neo York transcended the bonds of mortality? With every appearance, the ghostly figure led Sam through Neo York's timeline, but in reverse. A jazz bar that once was the heart of the city's music scene during the 40s now stood dilapidated. But with the spectral guide's presence, Sam could almost hear the faint melodies of saxophones and trumpets. A theatre from the 20s, now an upscale restaurant, echoed with spectral applause, hinting at its former glory. And at the heart of the city, the once grand town hall stood majestically, its walls bearing silent testimony to the countless events of significance it had witnessed. The cold wind often blew, sending neon leaflets swirling around Sam as he roamed the city streets. The sharp contrast between the luminescent skyscrapers and the dark alleys where history whispered its tales were striking. The more Sam followed, the more deeply he felt the city's pulse, its joys and sorrows, its highs and lows. He often found himself deeply moved, feeling a mixture of awe and melancholy. Awe at the rich tapestry of events that had woven Neo York's fabric, and melancholy for the lost moments, the forgotten tales, and the spectral souls that still roamed its streets searching for recognition. With every step and spectral sighting, a piece of the puzzle fell into place, helping Sam construct a narrative of the city he thought he knew. He realized that the spectral figure was not just guiding him through physical locations, but through time itself, offering a unique perspective and a deeper understanding of Neo York's heartbeat. The question still remained: who was this spectral mentor, and why had he chosen Sam as his student? Sam was forced to question whether he was being led astray by a malevolent entity or guided by a benevolent one. The spectral figure never tried to harm him or lead him into dangerous situations. On the contrary, the places it guided him to often helped him make sense of the surging spectral activities around the city. Sam realized he needed to delve deeper to discover the identity of his spectral mentor and, more importantly, to understand its true intentions. He understood that this was not a task he could undertake alone. He would need Augusta's help to unravel this mystery. But he decided to gather more concrete evidence before involving her. For now, Sam had a spectral guide, a spectral mystery, and a city that seemed to be on the brink of an unseen chaos. The detective in him was intrigued, the police captain in him was concerned, and the friend in him was worried about Augusta and her invention. The road ahead was uncertain, but Sam was ready to confront whatever lay in store for the city he swore to protect. The spectral guide seemed to anticipate Sam's growing list of questions. One particularly foggy evening, in the ruins of an ancient library that was said to house the memories of Neo York, the figure solidified more than it ever had before. Sam could make out the details of the man: a crisply tailored 1940s suit, a pocket watch chain glinting from beneath his waistcoat, and a distinct bowler hat that was iconic of the time. The spectral figure resembles Mayor Hawthorne. As Sam stared at the spectral figure, memories from his childhood came flooding back. Growing up, Sam's grandfather would regale him with stories of Neo York's history, with a particular fondness for the time following World War II. Among the countless figures in his tales, Mayor Jonathan Hawthorne stood out the most. His grandfather had a vintage photograph, an old black and white shot of the mayor during one of his public addresses. The image was etched into Sam's mind: the same crisply tailored 1940s suit, the glinting pocket watch, and that distinct bowler hat. Sam learned about Mayor Hawthorne's contributions to Neo York in school. He recalled a project where he had to create a detailed timeline of the city's most influential figures, and Mayor Hawthorne had been the centerpiece. From historical documentaries to statues in Neo York Central Park, Hawthorne's presence was undeniable. Now, seeing the ghostly figure in the ruins of the library, Sam was struck by the uncanny resemblance. The dignified posture, The determined look in his eyes and the aura of leadership all fit the descriptions and photographs of Mayor Hawthorne he had seen and heard about all his life. The undeniable likeness, coupled with the fact that the Spectral had been guiding him through significant historical sites of New York, left no room for doubt in Sam's mind. He was in the presence of Mayor Jonathan Hawthorne. Sam, filled with a hunger for knowledge about this guardian spirit, decided to delve deeper. Sitting down at his computer that night, he scoured the digital archives, piecing together the life of Jonathan Hawthorne. Articles, photographs, and old video clips painted a vivid picture of a man who was as much a legend in death as he was in life. Mayor Jonathan Hawthorne was a visionary leader in the 1940s, at a time when the effects of World War II ravaged New York. The city was on the brink of socio-economic collapse, with the weight of post-war fallout bearing heavily upon it. But with his indomitable spirit and keen intellect, Hawthorne stood firm as a beacon of hope. His policies, rooted in a deep understanding of New York's inherent strengths and potential, brought about a renaissance for the city. He championed educational reforms, emphasized urban planning, and spearheaded infrastructural projects that modernized the entire landscape. Internationally, Hawthorne was a name often mentioned in the same breath as Winston S. Churchill. Both were seen as stalwarts who defied the odds and uplifted their respective regions during challenging times. The English newspapers often praised Hawthorne's tenacity and vision. Some even called him the unofficial British consul in New York for the work he did to mend Anglo-American relations post-war. Intriguingly, the circumstances of Mayor Hawthorne's death were shrouded in mystery. He was last seen at an official event in 1949, celebrating the city's rapid post-war recovery. After delivering a passionate speech about New York's promising future, he simply vanished. Despite numerous searches and investigations, he was never found. Rumors swirled, some saying rival political enemies had taken him, others whispering about a more personal, tragic end. As Sam lay in bed, the ceiling fan above him rotating lazily, the weight of the day's revelations pressed heavily upon his mind. The ambient light from the streets of New York painted soft, shifting patterns on his walls. Mayor Hawthorne's unexplained disappearance consumed his thoughts. Such a prominent figure vanishing into thin air was almost unthinkable. Had Hawthorne been abducted, as some believed? Had he stumbled upon something so dangerous that it led to his mysterious vanishing? Or had the burdens of leadership and the toll of post-war recovery been too much for him, causing him to retreat from the public eye? Sam turned to his side, pulling the blanket closer. The soft hum of the city outside, usually a comforting lullaby, tonight seemed to echo with the whispers of the past, and there, just at the edge of his consciousness, he could feel the lingering presence of the spectral figure. Mayor Hawthorne's ethereal silhouette seemed to hover, a shadow within shadows. Determined, Sam made up his mind. Tomorrow, he'd embark on a journey to uncover what is happening around the city and the truth about Mayor Hawthorne's mysterious disappearance to finally bring peace to New York's spectral guardian. The next day, in the dimly lit confines of Sam's office at the police station, Ben sat across from Sam, an open file between them. The window blinds cast slanting shadows across the room, and the low hum of activity outside their door was ever present. "Ben, you remember the stories about Mayor Hawthorne from our history lessons in school?" Sam began sipping from his coffee mug and sipping. Ben quirked an eyebrow, leaning back in his chair. "You mean the unofficial British consul? Of course, he's practically a legend. Why?" Sam exhaled deeply, pushing the open file with clippings and printouts toward Ben. "I've reason to believe that Mayor Hawthorne, well, he's my spectral guide, the one leading me through New York's history." Ben looked skeptical. "Come on, Sam. That's a bit out there, even for this whole spectral business. Just look." Sam pointed to a printout, a photo of Hawthorne in that iconic bowler hat. "Last night, in the ruins of the old library, I saw him, Ben. It's clear as day. The same suit, the same hat, the same determined gaze." Ben skimmed through the articles and old photos. his skepticism slowly turning to intrigue. "So let's say it's him. Why is he reaching out to you?" "That's what I'm trying to piece together," Sam admitted, running a hand through his hair. "His love for the city is legendary. If there's any unrest in the spectral realm, perhaps he wants to ensure Neo York's safety. And for some reason, he sees me as a means to achieve that." Ben leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. "Or there's something unresolved tied to his mysterious disappearance, and he thinks you're the key to settling it." Sam nodded thoughtfully. "Could be. Either way, I think we're on the verge of uncovering something big, Ben. Something that's been hidden for decades." Ben looked at the photographs again, a newfound respect for the spectral world dawning in his eyes. "All right, Sam. I'm with you. Let's figure out what Mayor Hawthorne wants from you and how we can help." Sam smiled, grateful for his friend's unwavering support. "Thanks, Ben. With the weight of Neo York's history on our shoulders, we're going to need all the help we can get." Chapter 6. The Unfinished Symphony. In the heart of the dusty archives of the Neo York Public Library, the dim lighting created a solemn atmosphere, illuminating the old texts and journals spread out before them. The scent of old paper, a mix of mustiness and history, filled the air. Piles of yellowing newspapers surrounded Sam and Ben, a testament to the city's storied past. Sam's fingers delicately turned the brittle pages of an old edition of the Neo York Daily, dated from the late 1940s. The sepia-toned images and grandiose headlines painted a vibrant tableau of a city striving to rebuild. It was amidst these pages that he found an article detailing Mayor Hawthorne's passion for the arts, especially music, as a pivotal force in Neo York's post-war healing. Ben, sipping his lukewarm coffee, leaned over to get a clearer view of the article Sam was engrossed in. "What's got you so captivated?" "Look at this," Sam murmured, pointing to a paragraph. The article spoke of Mayor Hawthorne's ambitious plans, including a commissioned symphony to capture the spirit of Neo York. It says here that Hawthorne believed that the very soul of the city could be reborn through music. Reading aloud, Ben quoted, "The Grand Symphony of Neo York, a tribute to its resilience and spirit, is scheduled to premiere at the illustrious Metropolitan Theatre." "I've never heard of it. Did it ever happen?" Sam shook his head. "No, listen to this. The much-anticipated symphony, penned by the renowned composer Elijah Moore, was to be the crowning jewel of Neo York's artistic revival. But there's no follow-up. There is no review of the performance, nothing." Ben reached for another stack of newspapers, his curiosity piqued. He stopped short, his finger pointing to an old photograph. The image showcased a proud Elijah Moore, his eyes sparkling with purpose. He was holding sheets of music, presumably the Lost Symphony. The caption read, "Neo York's Rebirth in Melody." The room seemed to grow colder, the weight of the unsolved mystery tangible. Both men felt a rush of excitement and sadness. The city's rebirth, captured in notes and melodies, had been silenced. Could there be a connection between the vanished symphony and Hawthorne's disappearance? Sam wondered aloud. Ben frowned, lost in thought. Maybe the symphony held some secrets, or perhaps its loss was a symbol of the city's unresolved traumas. Sam looked determined, a fire igniting in his eyes. Whatever the reason, we need to find that symphony. Not just for Hawthorne, but for the soul of Neo York. Ben nodded in agreement. "Let's unravel this mystery, Sam, for the city's past and its future." This discovery led the duo to the dusty corridors of Neo York's Music Academy, where rumors of the lost symphony still echoed among the elders. An old violin teacher, Ms. Clara, recounted stories of her own teacher, who had been part of the orchestra scheduled to debut the symphony. "Every rehearsal," she said, her eyes distant with the weight of memories, "was like magic. The notes weren't just music. They were the very soul of this city." But then, it all stopped. She handed them a tattered diary, its pages brittle with age. It belonged to her teacher. Among the entries, they found mentions of secret rehearsals, threats received to stop the performance, and a cryptic note about protecting the symphony's sheets at all costs. Following a trail of enigmatic clues, Sam and Ben found themselves weaving through the city's complex tapestry of history and modernity. Their quest led them across a patchwork of ancient cobblestone paths, walls plastered with vibrant graffiti, and forgotten buildings that whispered secrets of the past. One dusky evening in the historic East End, amidst the mysterious allure of narrow alleyways, Sam reached into his coat and retrieved the SpectraSnap. Inside a dimly lit, long-abandoned jazz bar, he activated the device. The air shimmered, and suddenly, a spectral musician appeared. A saxophonist, his figure ghostly yet distinct, clad in a dapper 1940s suit, played soulfully, his fingers dancing over the keys with supernatural grace. Beside him, a spectral pianist, garbed in a frilled shirt and suspenders, fervently struck the keys of an invisible grand piano. "Ben, look at this," Sam whispered, awe coloring his voice as he handed over the SpectraSnap. Ben peered into the device, his face bathed in its otherworldly glow. "It's incredible. They're still here, playing their hearts out. And waiting," Sam added softly, his eyes locked on the spectral performers, "for a performance that's long overdue." Intrigued, they ventured further, reaching the once grand lyric opera house. Its once opulent interiors, now covered in layers of dust and decay, hid secrets. Sam again used the SpectraSnap, revealing a spectral orchestra on stage. A violinist, her hair coiled in a bun, her dress flowing and shimmering, played with fervor. Beside her, a cellist, his bald head gleaming, eyes closed, was engrossed in his music. The spectral conductor, a tall, lean figure with a sharp nose and wild hair, waved his baton in the air, leading the silent symphony. His movements were graceful, filled with passion and longing. "Sam, these specters, they're trapped in a loop, aren't they?" Ben murmured, feeling the melancholic energy of the place. Sam nodded, bound by their dedication to music, and perhaps by the unfinished symphony of Neo York. "It's tragic," Ben sighed. "Talents, dreams, all stuck in time." "We have to find that lost symphony," Sam declared, determination in his voice. "We owe it to them and to Mayor Hawthorne. This city's rebirth isn't just about bricks and mortar. It's about healing these spectral souls and giving them the closure they deserve." The next day, Sam and Ben went to see Madame Zara. Ben raised a skeptical eyebrow as they stepped inside. The air was thick with the scent of incense and old books. Heavy velvet curtains blocked out the city's noise, and the room was lit only by the soft glow of candles and the iridescent shimmer from the large crystal ball in the center. Madame Zara studied Sam and Ben as they approached. "Samuel," she began, her voice raspy yet melodic, "I've been expecting you." Ben shot Sam a quizzical look. Sam responded with a shrug. "We need your help, Madame Zara." She chuckled. "I know. The spectral musicians, the unfinished symphony, and the enigmatic Mayor Hawthorne." Sam was taken aback. "How did you know?" She waved a hand dismissively. "I see much in my crystal ball." Madame Zara gestured for them to sit. She took a deep breath and placed her hands around the crystal ball, her fingers lightly touching its surface. The ball began to glow, revealing shifting images. A grand theater, spectral figures, a music sheet, and finally, an ornate wooden box. "The lost symphony," she whispered, "lies hidden in a place of memories, guarded by the spectre of its creator." "Where is this place of memories?" Sam inquired. The crystal ball now showed an image of the city's oldest museum, the Neo York Historical Society. "The museum," Ben exclaimed. "Of course, a repository of the city's history." Madame Zara nodded slowly. "But be cautious. The symphony has remained hidden for a reason. Some forces, spectral and otherwise, wish it to remain so." Sam met her gaze firmly. We'll be prepared. This city needs healing, and we're here to see it through." Madame Zara leaned back, her eyes studying the two men intently. "Neo York chose well in its guardians. Go forth and may the spirits guide you." Grateful, Sam and Ben left the mystical ambience of Madame Zara's shop, armed with newfound clarity and determination to unearth Neo York's most haunting secret. The neon-infused evening fog of Neo York began to seep in, making the world seem as if it was painted with broad strokes of soft, muted colors. The city was shifting into its nocturnal rhythm, neon lights flashing, street musicians playing hypnotic beats, and the enticing aromas of food stalls wafting through the air. Sam and Ben navigated the labyrinth of streets with the SpectraSnap held in Sam's hand. Every so often, Sam would use it and see the presence of a spectral being. "I thought Neo York was busy during the day," Ben murmured, "but the spectral version is just as bustling." As they walked, Sam caught a spectral dancer on his phone screen out of the corner of his eye, dancing out of rhythm with the others on the street. Its eyes were locked onto Sam, a silent plea in its gaze. "Ben, check this out," Sam whispered, handing him his mobile phone. Through the screen, Ben could see the spectral dancer's ethereal form. "It seems we have an audience. Our mission is resonating in both worlds." The Neo York Historical Society stood grandly ahead, a testament to a bygone era. Pushing open the heavy doors, they stepped into a world where the past intertwined with the present. Sam's hair stood up on the back of his neck, and he sensed the presence of multiple spectral entities in the vicinity. They were drawn to the ballroom as they wandered through the grand halls. Sam adjusted his phone's lens to get a clearer view using SpectraSnap. In a lavish ballroom, there was a spectral pianist, fingers flowing gracefully over the keys. The ghostly figure paused momentarily, pointing towards a magnificent portrait of Elijah Moore. Using Sam's phone, Ben captured video of the entire scene, saying, "There's a significance to that portrait. We need to investigate." Sam approached cautiously, and on closer inspection he noticed a tiny latch at the base of the frame. Opening it, he found an ornate wooden box. It was identical to the one Madame Zara had described. Suddenly, the temperature around them dropped. The SpectraSnap screen showed a group of spectral musicians emerging, forming an orchestra around them. "We need to complete the symphony," Ben said, trying to communicate with the spirits. "We're here to help." Through the SpectraSnap's display, a spectral violinist dressed in the remnants of a once elegant suit responded. The sorrowful strains of his music, an echo of times long past, filled the room. When he spoke, his words did not reach their ears directly. Instead, Ben, reading his lips, translated. "That symphony, it's more than just music. It's the soul of Neo York, a binding force. If it's played, the dark spirits will lose their grip on this realm." Sam frowned. "What do you mean?" The room grew colder. From the fringes of the SpectraSnap app, shadowy figures began to emerge, swirling like dark mists. Their forms were more distorted than the other spirits they'd encountered, and their intentions were immediately clear. They were dark entities, spirits that thrived on chaos and imbalance. They had kept the spectral realm in Neo York under their shadowy influence for years. The symphony, with its potential to heal and unite, directly threatened their dominion. The spectral violinist continued, his ethereal strings conveying urgency. These spirits feed on discord and unrest. The symphony, with its harmonies, promises to bring peace and balance. They fear losing their power. Suddenly the room was filled with an oppressive energy. The dark spirits began to close in, their forms swirling and converging menacingly. They intended to seize the symphony and ensure it would never be played. "Guard it with your life." The violinist's lips moved, his words translated by Ben as the spectral musicians rallied around them, forming a protective barrier. With Mayor Hawthorne's guidance from the SpectraSnap, Sam and Ben, aided by the spectral musicians, stood their ground. Their unity, strength, and the promise of the symphony became their shield against the onslaught of the dark spirits. The battle that ensued was unlike any other, a melding of physical and spectral realms where the power of music, hope and unity clashed with the forces of chaos and despair. As the dust settled, Ben looked at the box, then at Sam. "This is just the start, isn't it?" Sam nodded, determination shining in his eyes. "We have a duty, not just to the living, but also to those who linger. Neo York's story isn't over yet." The next morning, Neo York awakened with a vibrancy that belied the spectral events of the previous night. The sun streamed down between towering skyscrapers, casting its golden glow over the city. While its citizens went about their usual routines, blissfully unaware of the spectral world around them, Sam and Ben knew better. They sat in Sam's dimly lit office, the ornate wooden box placed squarely on his desk. The intricate engravings seemed to shimmer and shift with an inner light. Both knew that the box's contents held not just the key to Neo York's spectral world, but possibly to Mayor Hawthorne's mysterious disappearance. Ben looked over at Sam, his face reflecting the weight of their shared responsibility. "We need to find someone who can decipher and perform the symphony. Only then will these spectral souls find peace." Sam nodded, remembering an old contact from his days at the academy. "There's Professor Helena Rosenberg from the Neo York Conservatory. She's an expert in forgotten compositions of the 20th century." Without wasting any more time, the duo headed towards the conservatory. The impressive neo-Gothic building stood surrounded by lush gardens, a serene oasis amid the bustling city. Inside, they were greeted by the soft melodies of various instruments as students diligently practiced. Finding Professor Rosenberg's office, they were welcomed by a petite silver-haired woman with piercing blue eyes that seemed to see right through them. "Sam!" she exclaimed, her face lighting up with recognition. "What brings you here after all these years?" Briefly explaining their mission, Sam handed her the box. She opened it with reverence, her fingers tracing the handwritten notes of the long-lost symphony. This is Moore's final masterpiece," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. Ben leaned forward, intrigue evident in his eyes. "Can it be performed, Professor?" Rosenberg looked contemplative. "It can. However, the musicians need to understand the depths of emotion and history that this piece carries. It won't be easy." Sensing an opportunity, Sam interjected, "Professor, there's something else you should know that might help." He retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket with the SpectraSnap app on it. Rosenberg raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident. "What is that app?" "It's called the SpectraSnap," Sam began, holding out his mobile phone for her to inspect. "It allows the user to see the spectral world around us, the spectral musicians, the spectral audience. It lets us witness what is otherwise unseen." Her fingers gently touched Sam's phone, feeling the cold yet electric sensation it emitted. "Fascinating," she murmured. Ben chimed in. "We've been using it to communicate with the spectral entities of Neo York, including Mayor Hawthorne himself. He's been guiding Sam through the city's forgotten past. It's been surreal, to say the least." Rosenberg's blue eyes widened in realization. "That explains so much about your urgency, about the passion I sense from both of you. Mayor Hawthorne and the Lost Symphony are the heart of the spectral world's unrest." Sam nodded gravely. "Yes, and it's our belief that by completing this performance, we can bring peace to both realms." The professor took a deep breath, the weight of the revelation settling upon her. "Very well. With this knowledge and the help of the SpectraSnap, we'll ensure our musicians are in harmony with their spectral counterparts. We'll bridge the divide that's persisted for decades, and so over the next few weeks, the conservatory hummed with a unique blend of excitement and reverence. With the aid of SpectraSnap, Professor Rosenberg directed both living and spectral musicians, uniting them in their shared goal. The anticipation in both realms grew, and there was a collective hope for the peace and unity the performance promised. The chosen venue was the very theatre where the symphony was initially meant to be performed all those years ago. A massive stage was set, half bathed in the light for the living musicians and half in shadows for the spectral ones. Neo York's elite filled the audience, unaware they were about to witness a once-in-a-lifetime performance. The intricate carvings and plush velvet of the theatre seemed to come alive that evening, humming with an energy both seen and unseen. High above, golden chandeliers swayed subtly, reflecting the ethereal movements of spectral patrons taking their seats. Below, Neo York's elite, dressed in their finest attire, murmured excitedly. They only saw half the spectacle, but sensed they were part of something monumental. Backstage, Sam received an encrypted message on his mobile phone. It was Augusta. Her holographic projection appeared, dressed in a stylish business suit and looking pressed for time. Even in this digitized form, her commanding presence was unmistakable. "Sam," she began, her sharp eyes surveying the hustle and bustle behind him. "I've caught wind of what's transpiring in Neo York. It's a bold move, even for you." Sam ran a hand through his hair, exhaling. "It's the right thing to do, Augusta. This symphony's performance is the key to uniting Neo York's realms. Mayor Hawthorne made that clear." She paused, weighing her words carefully. "I trust your judgment. Just remember, the SpectraSnap is still in its testing phase. Its power and capabilities are still largely unknown, and the Spectral Facility Board can't get wind of this. There'd be a firestorm." "Don't worry," Sam assured her. "I've kept everything under wraps. Neo York believes they're witnessing a grand musical event, nothing more." Augusta's holographic form seemed to soften slightly. "Good. And after this, masterpiece unfolds, let's keep it our secret. Neo York's rebirth, its peace, let it be a beautiful mystery." Sam nodded in agreement. "Understood. The last thing we need is the board complicating matters." As the conversation wrapped up, Augusta's gaze shifted, taking in the distant sounds of tuning instruments. "It sounds promising, Sam." With that, her projection faded, leaving Sam with a renewed sense of purpose. He turned to the stage, where the living and spectral musicians were beginning to merge in harmony, poised to create a masterpiece that would echo through time and realms. As the first note resonated through the hall, the real and spectral worlds began to blur. Each note played was a step closer to healing the rift between the two dimensions. The SpectraSnap displayed the spectral audience's reactions, their faces etched with emotion and gratitude. As the last note faded, there was a profound silence before the hall erupted in applause. The spectral musicians, including Mayor Hawthorne, took a bow alongside their living counterparts. Mayor Hawthorne approached Sam and Ben, gratitude evident in his eyes. Ben read his lips. "Thank you. You've not just saved a symphony, but also the souls of Neo York." The city would forever be changed, and the barriers between the living and the spectral would now be more permeable than ever. And at the heart of it all was Sam and Ben, the unsung heroes who bridged two worlds. As days turned into weeks, Neo York's spectral activities became markedly subdued. The once restless spirits that roamed the streets and alleyways now radiated a serene energy. The city's aura had transformed from one of tension and mystery to a harmonious melding of two realms. Gone were the frantic calls to the police station about spectral disturbances. In their place was an overwhelming sense of gratitude from the citizens. One evening, inside Sam's spacious office, both men sat across from one another, the golden hues of the setting sun painting the room. The walls, adorned with commendations and photos from Sam's years on the force, bore silent witness to their conversation. Ben cleared his throat, his eyes glistening. "You know, Sam, these past few weeks, it's been surreal, but I've never felt more alive. Being part of this, helping bridge the living and the spectral, it's something I'll cherish forever." Sam, ever the stoic chief, felt a lump in his throat. "Ben, I can't put into words how much your support has meant. This journey, these discoveries, none of it would have been possible without you by my side." A long pause ensued, as both men got lost in their thoughts, the weight of their shared experiences hanging heavily between them. Then, tentatively, Ben ventured, "There's one more thing, Sam. It's personal." Sam looked up, concern evident in his eyes. "Anything, Ben." Taking a deep breath, Ben confessed, "I've seen the incredible power of the SpectraSnap, the worlds it can bridge. There's someone I've longed to see for years. My mother. I lost her when I was just a kid, and there hasn't been a day when I haven't missed her." Sam leaned in, understanding the magnitude of Ben's request. "You want to use the spectral interface to see her, don't you?" Ben nodded, his eyes filled with hope and vulnerability. "I know it's a lot to ask, but if there's even the slightest chance—" Sam reached out, placing a reassuring hand on Ben's shoulder. "I'll speak to Augusta. If anyone deserves a moment like that, it's you." Ben's eyes welled up, gratitude evident in his gaze. "Thank you, Sam. Thank you." Both men sat there, sharing a moment of deep connection, bound by the experiences they had faced and the uncharted journeys that lay ahead. The ensuing days saw a return to routine for the police force of New York. Crime rates, disturbances, and the usual grind of law enforcement dominated the airwaves. Yet beneath it all was an undercurrent of transformation, as Ben now occasionally consulted the SpectraSnap, with Sam's permission for insights into more unorthodox cases. Once again engrossed in the affairs of the living, Sam found himself called into meetings, strategy sessions, and handling the daily responsibilities of a police chief. Yet in quiet moments, his thoughts often drifted to the spectral world and its profound impact on his city and personal life. Augusta kept in touch, sending periodic updates about her roadshow and the expansion of the SpectraSnap across other metropolises. Each message hinted at the vast potential of the app and its ability to bring balance and understanding between two worlds. One evening, after a particularly long day, Sam returned to his office to find a package on his desk. Tearing it open, he found a letter and a newer, sleeker version of the SpectraSnap app on the latest mobile phone inside. The letter read, "Dear Sam, thought you could use an upgrade. Our latest model is more intuitive and even has some new features. We've made strides since our beta testing in New York, and much of our progress is thanks to your invaluable feedback and experiences. Also, I've scheduled a session for Ben. It will be a controlled environment with our best technicians present. I understand the gravity of his request, and we'll do our utmost to facilitate a meaningful connection. Warm regards." Augusta. Sam smiled, picking up his mobile phone to call Ben. Ben's face appeared on screen as the call connected, a mix of anticipation and nervousness. "Ben," Sam began, holding up the letter. Augusta came through. Ben exhaled deeply, eyes misting up. "Sam, I can't thank you enough." Sam nodded. "We'll go together. This is a journey you shouldn't take alone." Ben smiled. "With you by my side, I know I'll be okay." The two men, brought together by fate, circumstance, and the mysteries of the spectral world, prepared for yet another journey of profound personal significance. The bond they'd formed was unbreakable, forged in the fires of discovery, danger, and a shared commitment to bridging the known and the unknown. The towering edifice of the Spectral Facility stood silhouetted against the dusky horizon, its sleek and modern design contrasting with the old-world charm of New York. The facility, with its shimmering glass exterior, reflected the hues of the setting sun, making it appear as if it was glowing from within. This is incredible, Sam," Ben exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder as they approached the entrance. The lobby was vast, with high ceilings adorned with intricate light installations that seemed to dance like spirits. Holographic displays showcased the history of the facility, the technology behind the Spectral Interface and SpectraSnap, and glimpses into the spectral realm. Sam chuckled, watching Ben's childlike wonder. "Wait till you see what's inside." Augusta's team greeted them. The team leader name, Nicole, had a smile that spoke of shared secrets and the promise of a unique adventure ahead. "Welcome, Ben," she said. "We've prepared the Spectral Interface just for you." Ben could barely contain his excitement as they moved through the facility. Every corner revealed another technological marvel. There were rooms filled with engineers' fine-tuning devices, chambers where spectral energy was being studied, and vast monitors displaying real-time activity from the spirit world. Finally, they arrived at the heart of the facility, a room bathed in a soft blue light. In its center lay the Spectral Interface, a sleek machine designed to be both a bed and a conduit to the spectral realm. As Ben approached it, he could feel the energy emanating from it, beckoning him to step closer. "You'll be safe," Nicole assured him, sensing his nervousness. "Just think of it as a bridge to another realm, and we'll be monitoring everything here." Ben took a deep breath, lying down on the Spectral Interface. The machine hummed to life, its lights pulsating rhythmically. Sam stood by, watching intently, a mix of concern and hope evident in his eyes. As Ben closed his eyes, he felt a gentle pull. The sounds of the physical world began to fade, replaced by a serene silence. He felt as if he was floating, the boundaries of his physical form dissolving. Suddenly he found himself standing in a vast ethereal landscape. It was a world of shimmering colors, a horizon that stretched infinitely, bathed in a soft golden light. The air was filled with the faint sounds of distant melodies, and he could sense presences all around him, spirits going about their existence. And then, amidst the gentle ebb and flow of this spectral world, he saw her. His mother was standing a short distance away with the same loving smile he remembered. Her form shimmered, but her essence, the very core of who she was, remained unchanged. "Mom." Ben's voice broke, tears streaming down his face. She stepped closer, her ethereal form radiating warmth. "Ben," she whispered, her voice a gentle caress. "I've missed you." Ben sobbed, the weight of years of longing and grief pouring out. "I've missed you so much, I never got to say goodbye." She touched his face, her touch as real as any memory. "You don't need to say goodbye, my love. I've always been here watching over you." They spoke for what felt like hours, sharing memories, laughing, crying, and healing old wounds. It was a reunion beyond words, a moment that transcended time and space. Back in the physical realm, Sam watched as Ben's expressions shifted, from pain to joy, from longing to fulfillment. He knew that Ben was experiencing something profoundly beautiful. As the machine slowly powered down, Ben opened his eyes, the raw emotions of his journey still fresh. Sam rushed to his side, helping him sit up. "You okay?" Sam asked, concern evident in his voice. Ben nodded, wiping away his tears. "I am now. Thank you, Sam. It was everything." They shared a moment of understanding, two friends who had journeyed through the complexities of life and the mysteries of the beyond, forever bound by their shared experiences. The night outside the spectral facility was calm, but for Sam and Ben, it was a night of profound revelations and heartwarming reunions. The journey into the spectral realm had not just bridged two worlds, but had also mended two souls. Chapter 7. A Spectral Invitation. 2 weeks later, Sam was poring over paperwork in his office when an antique-looking envelope, sealed with a crimson wax stamp, caught his attention. Opening it, he found an ornate invitation from a city called Valora. "Sam," read the eloquent script, "your efforts in harmonizing Neo York's spectral balance have been recognized far and wide. Valora faces spectral challenges unlike any you've encountered before. We invite you to aid us in restoring balance." Ben walked in just then. "What you got there?" Sam handed over the invitation. His brow furrowed in contemplation. "A request from Valora. Ever heard of it?" Ben's eyes widened. "Valora? It's an ancient city known for its architecture and rich history. They say spirits there are different, more evolved. We've been invited, Sam mused, looking out of the window towards Neo York's skyline. You up for another adventure? Ben grinned. Absolutely. Sam decided to visit Mayor Kemp of Neo York before making any decisions. Kemp's office, a spacious room with a panoramic view of Neo York, always instilled a sense of authority and calmness. Valora, you say? Mayor Kemp mused, reading the ornate invitation. I've heard tales of its ancient beauty and complex spectral issues. We're honored by the request, but I wanted your guidance before we ventured out, Sam replied. Mayor Kemp leaned back, locking his fingers together. Sam, you've always had Neo York's best interests at heart. If Valora believes you can help, I trust your judgment entirely. Ben added, we aim to learn and potentially bring back knowledge that might further aid Neo York in the future. Very well, the mayor said, smiling warmly. Neo York grants you its blessing. Upon reaching home, Sam found his wife, Mary, in their sunlit living room, lost in a book. He hesitated for a moment, knowing she'd worry. Mary, he began softly, there's something I need to tell you. She looked up, her intuitive eyes already sensing something. What is it? I've been invited to Valora. They have some spectral issues they believe we can help with. It might take a few days. Mary approached Sam, cupping his face. You have a calling, Sam. Neo York needed you, and now it's Valora. Just promise you'll be safe. Sam embraced her, feeling the weight of the responsibility. I promise. Meanwhile, Ben informed his family of the trip. His youngest, with sparkling eyes full of mischief, said, Bring back a ghost story, Dad. Ben chuckled. I'll bring back the best one. The drive to Valora was an experience in itself. The busy streets of Neo York gradually gave way to open landscapes, with the horizons stretching endlessly. As they drove further, the modern world seemed to blur, and they found themselves surrounded by a maze of towering trees, whispering ancient secrets. The transition is surreal, Ben commented, looking at the tall sequoias lining the road. Sam nodded. It's like traveling back in time. After what seemed like hours, the dense forest opened up to reveal Valora in the distance. The city was nestled on a plateau, its silhouette against the setting sun resembling a painting. The Gothic spires that Ben had read about pierced the skyline, while the remnants of ancient walls surrounded the city. Both Sam and Ben were lost in awe. We're not just crossing into another city, Ben whispered. We're stepping into another era. Sam replied, feeling the weight of anticipation. And I can't help but wonder what spectral mysteries await us. As they approached the city gates, an emblem of Valora, a majestic phoenix in flight, welcomed them. It was a silent promise of rebirth and hope. The adventure in Valora had just begun. Upon arriving in Valora, the first thing that struck Sam and Ben was the city's breathtaking architecture. Towering Gothic spires loomed over cobblestone streets, while majestic fountains danced in city squares. Everywhere they looked, remnants of history peeked out. They were met by Lady Isolde, Valora's mayor. Welcome, she greeted, her eyes reflecting centuries of knowledge. We've awaited your arrival. Thank you, Lady Isolde, Sam replied. Your city is magnificent. Yet it is in turmoil, she whispered, leading them through a courtyard where translucent spectral figures roamed, some dancing, others reciting poetry. Our spirits here are more conscious. They've evolved over millennia, forming their own society. Ben, capturing the scene with Sam's SpectraSnap, remarked, It's like an entirely different world. It is, Lady Isolde confirmed. But recently a rift has formed. I was informed by a local medium that I trust that a faction of spirits wants to establish dominion over the living, considering themselves superior. That's challenging, Sam noted. Yes, she sighed. We've tried communicating using the medium, but the responses have been cryptic at best. The spirits seem to be following a leader, a spectral figure known as Lord Etheron, who once was a wise ruler of Valora. Over centuries he has transformed, driven by a desire not just to coexist, but to rule over both spectral and living realms. As they ventured deeper into the city, it became evident that this spectral society had its own culture, etiquette, and hierarchy. The spirits of Valora were unlike any Sam and Ben had ever encountered. They wore clothing reminiscent of various historical eras, and their interactions carried an elegance of days gone by. Some streets resembled festive fairs with spectres exchanging stories, while others had the haunting silence of forgotten memories. The key, Lady Isolde continued, is to understand Lord Etheron's motivations. He was once a beloved king who brought prosperity to Valora. Now he sees the spirits as the rightful heirs of this land. Ben looked thoughtful. In Neo York, the unfinished symphony was a binding factor for the unrest. Perhaps there's a similar unresolved element in Valora's history. Lady Isolde nodded. A wise observation. Valora has its share of unfinished tales, and Etheron's reign ended under mysterious circumstances. His tomb lies in the crypts of Valora, untouched for centuries. Sam, piecing things together, said, "If we could uncover the truth behind Lord Etheron's demise, it might provide insight into the current unrest." Their mission was clear. They would venture into the crypts of Valora to discover Lord Etheron's buried secrets, hoping to shed light on the present spectral discord and, possibly, find a solution to harmonize the realms once again. But the path wouldn't be easy. The crypts were known to be a labyrinth of memories, challenges, and spectral guardians who protected the buried truths of Valora's past. Under the guidance of Lady Isolde, Sam and Ben made their way towards the entrance of the crypts of Valora. The crypts, built into a mountain's heart, were marked by a grand archway carved with intricate designs of Valora's history. Time had draped moss over the stone, but the essence of bygone eras remained intact. "This is the realm of bright and dark memories," Lady Isolde cautioned. "Inside, the past merges with the present, and it's easy to lose oneself. Always remember your purpose." Ben glanced at Sam, a mix of anticipation and apprehension in his eyes. "I guess there's no turning back now," he muttered. The first chamber was vast and the ceiling was lost in shadows. On the walls, glowing murals depicted Valora's golden age under Lord Etheron's reign. As they moved, Sam sensed spectral beings accompanying them. Ben used the SpectraSnap to read their lips. A particular spectral caught his attention. The spectral said, "The king's heart, torn between two worlds, betrayed by love." Ben pondered. Betrayed by love? Could it be a clue? Following the spectral figure, they reached a split in the pathway. On one side was a corridor bathed in a warm golden light, while the other was darker, colder, with an unsettling silence. "Lady Isolde, any guidance?" Sam asked. She hesitated. Etheron's life was marked by moments of both immense joy and profound sorrow. Choose wisely, for each path holds a different piece of his story. Risking the path of sorrow, they found themselves in a chamber where a spectral play was unfolding. It depicted Lord Etheron with a woman, Queen Leora. They danced, laughed, and whispered secrets. But as the scene progressed, a shadowy figure lurked, ultimately leading to Etheron's downfall. The shadow revealed itself to be one of Etheron's trusted advisors, driven by jealousy, who conspired against the king, using the queen as an unknowing pawn. Ben realized his downfall wasn't due to politics or war. It was a personal betrayal. Their exploration deepened, revealing fragments of Etheron's sorrowful tale. In a subsequent room, they saw a ghostly replay of his final moments, tied up, deceived, crying out for Queen Leora, who never responded to his desperate calls. Sam hadn't anticipated the updated SpectraSnap app would unveil such haunting glimpses into history. He made a mental note to share this discovery with Augusta. Emerging from the crypts, they shared their findings with Lady Isolde. Etheron's anguish isn't just about losing his kingdom. It's the heartbreak, the personal betrayal, Sam summarized. Then perhaps, Lady Isolde mused, reuniting Etheron with Leora's spirit, making him see the truth, could be the key to pacifying his unrest. With a new goal in mind, Sam, Ben and Lady Isolde set out to find Queen Leora's resting place, hoping to bring resolution to a king's heartbroken spirit and, in doing so, restore balance to Valora. The search for Queen Leora's resting place led them to the city's Grand Cathedral, a place not just of worship but also of history and memories. Lady Isolde explained that the spirits of Valora's royalty were often laid to rest beneath the sacred grounds of the cathedral, protected by age-old and guarded by a special order of spectral monks. Upon entering the cathedral, they were met with a serene ambience. Sunlight streamed through stained glass windows, casting a mosaic of colors on the cold stone floor. But there was also a palpable tension, a sense of waiting. Using the SpectraSnap, Ben was able to perceive the spectral monks. They moved about the cathedral in solemn dedication, chanting and tending to their age-old duties. "Lady Isolde," Ben whispered, "how do we get the spectral monks' permission to approach Queen Leora?" She replied, "With respect and truth. We must convey our intentions genuinely." Approaching the altar, Sam spoke up, his voice resonating through the vast cathedral. "Honored guardians, we seek your guidance and permission. We're here to mend a broken bond, to bring peace to Lord Etheron's tormented soul by reuniting him with Queen Leora." From the SpectraSnap's display, a spectral monk, distinguishable by his ethereal robes, stepped forward. "Why should we trust your intentions?" Ben read his lips. Ben responded, "We've seen the pain of Lord Etheron. We believe that by showing him the truth about Queen Leora's innocence, we can bring solace to him and the city." The monk considered their plea. Moments later, he gestured towards a hidden stairway leading down beneath the cathedral. "Follow the path with pure hearts, but remember the spirits are sensitive to deceit." The underground chamber was a realm of stillness, save for the soft glow emanating from Queen Leora's tomb. The beautifully carved stone depicted the queen in eternal slumber, an expression of peace on her face. As Sam and Ben approached, they activated the video feature on the SpectraSnap app, holding Sam's phone steady as they captured the unfolding scene in 15-second clips. A soft spectral form rose from the tomb. It was Queen Leora. Her eyes met theirs, brimming with sadness and understanding. Her spectral lips moved silently, and Ben read them easily. "You wish to reunite me with Etheron," she spoke softly. "We believe it's the key to peace," Sam replied, his voice resolute. With a gentle nod, she consented. "Very well. But it must be done at the very spot where Etheron was betrayed." Together with the Spectral Queen, the trio made their way back to the crypts of Valora. This historic chamber, where the echoes of Etheron's betrayal still lingered, was set to become the backdrop for their poignant reunion. The moment Queen Leora stepped into the chamber, Etheron's spirit materialized, the centuries of sorrow clear in his ethereal presence. Their gazes locked, filling the room with a palpable tension of unspoken emotions. Leora's gentle and firm voice shattered the silence. "My love, I never betrayed you." Through tears that streaked his spectral cheeks, Etheron responded, "I've been lost without you." Their spirits embraced, emitting a brilliant enveloping light that gradually filled the chamber. As the light faded, the spirits disappeared, leaving a profound peace in their wake. Outside, the city of Valora appeared transformed, bathed in a brighter light. The spectral tension that had once cast a shadow over the city was now gone, replaced by a refreshing harmony that rejuvenated the air itself. Lady Isolde, her face reflecting relief and gratitude, turned to Sam and Ben. "Valora owes you a great debt. You've healed wounds that time alone couldn't." Sam and Ben exchanged satisfied smiles, realizing that their journey in Valora was not just about solving a mystery, but about mending broken hearts across time. And as they left the ancient city, driving back to Neo York, they both knew that while one chapter had closed, many more awaited them. The spectral realm was vast, and they had only just begun to explore its depths. Chapter 8. The Capitol's Spectral Display. The heart of Washington, D.C. had transformed remarkably over the decades. The historic landmarks were preserved, but infused with modern enhancements. The Washington Monument, once just a simple obelisk, now had projections of historic moments in American history circling its base. Along the National Mall, holographic exhibits of past presidents provided insight into their lives and legacies. In this world of advanced tech, solar-powered metro buses glided silently through the streets, leaving behind no emissions, just the hum of efficiency. At a metro bus stop near DuPont Circle, locals chatted animatedly. "Did you hear about the SpectraSnap demo at the White House today?" said a young woman with silver dreadlocks, swiping through her news hologram. "Yeah, Dr. Augusta Steele and that guy William, right? It's all over the global news streams," replied an elderly gentleman, his vintage attire contrasting with his tech-infused glasses. A teen chimed in, "My friends in Tokyo were talking about it. They're hoping SpectraSnap will be demonstrated there next." The conversation reflected the global impact SpectraSnap and its founders were having. Washington buzzed with anticipation. Augusta and William, meanwhile, stood outside the White House gates, staring at the iconic residence of the US president. They felt a heady mix of nervousness and excitement. This wasn't just another roadshow event. It was a demonstration for one of the most powerful individuals in the world. They were ushered in, and soon they stood in the East Room, a place rich with history. It was here that Augusta would introduce SpectraSnap to President Martinez, a young dynamic leader known for her support of tech advancements. "Dr. Steele and Mr. Steele," President Martinez greeted, extending her hand. "I've been keenly following your journey with SpectraSnap. Welcome to the White House." "Thank you, Madam President," Augusta replied, her voice steady despite her awe. "We believe SpectraSnap could revolutionize the way we interact with history, especially in places as rich in heritage as D.C. William was meticulously setting up the monitor for the SpectraSnap display in the East Room of the White House, a place steeped in history, now set to host an unprecedented spectral ballet. "This app does more than reveal the unseen," he explained as he connected his phone. "It bridges the gap between our world and the spectral, offering us unique lessons from the past." As he initiated the screen sharing, activating SpectraSnap, the air in the room thickened with anticipation. Ghostly, yet incredibly vivid figures began to materialize before the eyes of the gathered dignitaries. The first to appear was George Washington, standing regal in his military uniform as if stepping right out of a history book. His spectral form was so detailed that the fabric of his uniform seemed almost tangible. A White House lip reader named Sophia was also present at this historic meeting. Her expertise was crucial as she stood ready to interpret the silent words of these ghostly figures for the living audience. As Washington's apparition began to address the assembly, particularly directing his words to President Martinez, the room hung on Sophia's interpretation, eager to hear the wisdom that the nation's founding father might impart from beyond. "Continue to safeguard the freedom and values upon which this great nation was founded." His lips moved. Sophia relayed his words, causing a murmur of awe through the room. Abraham Lincoln was next, his tall, lanky figure unmistakable. "A nation divided against itself cannot stand," he reiterated, his face showing the strain of leadership during one of the nation's most challenging times. "Seek unity, even in diversity. Let the people's voice guide you." Then came Ronald Reagan. Dressed in his presidential suit, he stood with his characteristic charm. "America is a shining city upon a hill. Its strength lies in its people. Believe in them, empower them, and see them light up the world." Lastly, John F. Kennedy materialized, his kind eyes filled with wisdom. "In your decisions, let kindness and the greater good prevail. Remember, any definition of a successful life must include serving others." President Martinez, Her face a mix of wonder and contemplation, nodded to each spectral president in respect. "Thank you," she whispered. The room was a swirl of emotions. Members of the press, who were broadcasting this live, were caught between professionalism and profound awe. Many had tears streaming down their faces, as did countless viewers around the world. The weight of history, the guidance from the spectral presidents, was overwhelming. "This is beyond anything I imagined, Augusta William," President Martinez said, her voice choked with emotion. "You've not only created a device, but a bridge to the past, connecting us with the wisdom of those who've led before." Around them, the reactions mirrored the president's sentiments. Journalists, usually so stoic, shared tearful hugs. White House staff looked on, some with hands over their hearts, clearly moved. A news anchor, broadcasting live, whispered into her mic, "Ladies and gentlemen, we're witnessing history today, messages from the past, guiding our present, shaping our future." Augusta and William exchanged glances, realizing that SpectraSnap had transcended its purpose. It had become a beacon, connecting past and present and perhaps helping shape a brighter future. Inside the iconic Oval Office, with its plush deep blue carpet embossed with the presidential seal, President Martinez sat behind the resolute desk, a gift from Queen Victoria to President Hayes in 1880. The walls, adorned with portraits of significant past leaders, seemed to complement the spectral presences they had just encountered. As Augusta and William took their seats, the president looked at them, admiration evident in her eyes. "Your invention has the potential to transform how we understand our history. It's a gift to this generation and the many more to come." Augusta, always poised, replied, "Thank you, Madam President. We initially designed the SpectraSnap to bridge the gap between the spectral and living worlds, but it has evolved into so much more." William chimed in, "We've unearthed history, connected families, and in a way given voice to those who no longer have one. Seeing its impact today has been overwhelming." Martinez nodded. "I can imagine. We've always learned from written accounts, recordings, or images, but what you've done is given us a first-hand experience of our past directly from those who lived it. It's like having a conversation with history." Augusta sighed. "That's precisely it. History is not just dates and events, it's people, their emotions, choices, and sacrifices. We wanted to humanize it, make it tangible." "Augusta William," the president leaned forward, "I want SpectraSnap to be integrated into our educational system. Imagine children not just reading about George Washington, but seeing him and understanding his emotions and his leadership. It would change the way we teach." William's eyes lit up at the prospect. "It would revolutionize it. Students would engage more, empathize with figures they once thought were merely names in a textbook." President Martinez picked up a pen, scribbling some notes. "I'll have the Department of Education collaborate with you both. We'll trial it in selected schools and then take it nationwide. Our youth deserve this immersive experience." Augusta, taking a moment to gauge the president's sincere proposal, replied thoughtfully, "Madam President, I truly appreciate your offer and enthusiasm. We will bring this before the Spectral Facility Board for a thorough discussion. While I am optimistic they will support it, I believe in collaboration and getting everyone on board. Our vision with SpectraSnap is, after all, to make it globally accessible. The idea is to allow anyone with a suitably modified smartphone to download the app and access the spectral realm simply." President Martinez nodded, respecting Augusta's professionalism and commitment to her team. "Very well. Please keep us informed. The potential of SpectraSnap in the educational system is immense, and we'd love to be at the forefront of this revolution." "We will," William added. "And thank you, Madam President, for understanding the magnitude and potential of SpectraSnap." The trio stood up, marking the end of their meeting. As Augusta and William exited the grandeur of the White House, the weight of the day's events settled on them. Did that really just happen?" William asked, still in awe. "It did," Augusta smiled. "From a mere roadshow concept to this? We're changing the course of how history is perceived. Back at the Hay Adams Hotel, they spent the evening reviewing their notes, discussing their next steps, and relishing the view of the lit-up White House from their suite. The following day, as they drove through the tree-lined streets towards Washington Dulles International Airport, Augusta called Neo York. She updated the Spectral Facility board, and although the call was brief, the excitement in her voice was palpable. At the airport, William looked out at the plane that would take them to Israel. "You ready for the next leg?" Augusta, her eyes gleaming with determination, replied, "More than ever. Let's introduce SpectraSnap to the world." And with that, they boarded, soaring away from the American capital, ready to face new challenges and opportunities. Chapter 9. Israel. History Unearthed. As Augusta and William's plane descended toward Ben Gurion Airport, a deep sense of history enveloped them. Israel, a land rich with millennia of stories, awaited their exploration. Upon landing, the air was warm with Mediterranean breezes, lightly scented with citrus and the distant sea, adding an almost tangible layer of history and tradition to their arrival. They were warmly greeted by a delegation from the Israeli Ministry of Antiquities and Culture, and among them was their guide, Eli, a stout man with a warm, engaging smile and a deep love for his city. The crowd, recognizing Augusta and William from their SpectraSnap fame, buzzed with excitement. Their eyes sparkled with recognition and curiosity, and smartphones raised in hopes of capturing a moment with the creators of the innovative app. Eli quickly whisked them away to Jerusalem, the vibrant heart of the nation. As they navigated the city's iconic cobblestone streets and bustling marketplaces, filled with vibrant colors and rich aromas of Middle Eastern spices, the ambient sounds of merchants and the soft prayers at the Western Wall created a vivid tapestry of life steeped in historical significance. Their exploration began in earnest at the Western Wall. As Augusta activated SpectraSnap, the atmosphere around them shifted, seamlessly blending the past with the present. The scene came alive with ancient priests murmuring prayers, devout individuals inserting notes into the wall's crevices, and children playing nearby, each element contributing to the wall's narrative as a dynamic chronicle of faith and history. Suddenly, a spectral figure materialized near Augusta. Through the lens of SpectraSnap, she recognized it as an elderly rabbi, his presence marked by the traditional talit draped over his shoulders. Adept at lip reading, William interpreted the rabbi's silent message. "Every soul that has passed through this land has left a mark, a story. Use your gift to share our stories with the world." This profound encounter deepened their understanding of the site's spiritual significance and underscored their responsibility, guided by Eli's passionate introductions, to relay these timeless tales through their pioneering technology. As they moved on to other historical sites, including the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and the Dome of the Rock, they encountered spectral figures from various eras, each narrating a piece of the complex tapestry that was Israel's history. The news of Augusta and William's historical and spectral exploration spread rapidly throughout Israel, creating a buzz of excitement and curiosity. Later that evening, in the heart of Jerusalem, nestled amidst the aroma of spices and the distant hum of prayers, Augusta and William found themselves at a cozy eatery. The ambience was alive, with tales whispered from the ancient walls and echoed in the wind. As they dined, a young woman with hazel eyes shimmering with emotion approached them. "Shalom," she began, introducing herself. "I'm Leora. I've been hearing about your remarkable SpectraSnap. My Savta, my grandmother, lived through the most transformative times of this land. Though she's gone, her stories live within me. I always wished for one more moment with her. Do you think—" Augusta, touched by the raw emotion in Leora's plea, nodded understandingly. "Let's try, Leora." As Augusta activated SpectraSnap, the eatery's ambience seemed to pause. A gentle, ethereal figure appeared, her face etched with the lines of time and wisdom. It was Leora's grandmother, her eyes filled with the same warmth Leora remembered. The spirit of the elderly woman reached out, her hands almost touching Leora's face. Though no words were spoken, the bond between them transcended the physical world's limitations. It was a moment of pure, unspoken connection. Tears cascading down her cheeks, Leora whispered, "Savta," as the spirit smiled, conveying love and reassurance. Around them, the eatery's patrons watched the poignant scene on the eatery television. William activated a screen share between Augusta's mobile phone and the television. Many of the patrons were moved to tears, bearing witness to a profound reunion. William, ever the silent observer, captured the touching moment, ensuring that Leora would always have a keepsake of this encounter. The next day, amidst the timeless streets of Jerusalem, Augusta and William held a larger SpectraSnap demonstration. The turnout was immense. Jews and Muslims, two communities with shared histories and futures, stood side by side, each yearning to connect with their loved ones. At each historical site, spirits of loved ones materialized, offering solace, love, and memories to those left behind. The air was thick with emotion as tearful reunions occurred, blurring the lines between the living and the departed. Through SpectraSnap, Augusta and William were not merely showcasing a technological marvel, they were mending hearts, reconnecting souls, and in the process, fostering a sense of shared humanity in a land that had seen divisions for so long. The ramifications of SpectraSnap's astounding success in Israel were felt far and wide, with spiritual leaders from both Jewish and Muslim communities showing keen interest. Rabbi Yitzhak, a renowned scholar, and Imam Rashid, a respected cleric, requested a private meeting with Augusta and William. The duo found themselves in a quaint room adorned with ancient scriptures and symbols from both traditions. The ambience was peaceful, with soft, ethereal light filtering through stained glass windows. It was here that they were introduced to the concept of spiritual depth. "You have invented something quite extraordinary," Rabbi Yitzhak began, his eyes reflecting the weight of centuries of wisdom. "However, you've also stepped into an intricate realm where technology intersects with the soul. There are levels of spiritual understanding that your device might not yet recognize." Imam Rashid continued, "Some spirits seem more pronounced, clearer, while others are but mere wisps. Have you considered that the device, while technologically advanced, might benefit from integrating some of our ancient practices?" Augusta, always open to understanding and growth, leaned forward and was intrigued. "We've noticed the disparities in clarity. If there's a way to enhance SpectraSnap's connection to these spirits, we're eager to learn." Augusta and William took on a transformative journey for the next few days. They studied the Kabbalah's intricate teachings under Rabbi Yitzhak and delved into Sufism's spiritual depths with Imam Rashid. They learned about the power of prayer, intention, and meditation, and how these could potentially influence SpectraSnap's interface. Embracing these ancient teachings, Augusta sought to enhance SpectraSnap's capabilities with the help of a distinguished team. Among her collaborators were a renowned Israeli scientist, an expert in ritualistic energy patterns, and a leading tech innovator known for pioneering sensory technology work. Together, they worked to modify SpectraSnap, integrating advanced components that were finely tuned to detect the unique energies emitted during specific rituals and prayers. The results of this collaboration were nothing short of miraculous. The spectral images produced by SpectraSnap became startlingly clearer and more detailed, capturing a depth of emotion that had previously eluded capture. These enhancements allowed the spirits to communicate more profoundly, making their presence feel almost palpable. Each ghostly figure was now vividly rendered, their expressions and gestures conveying layers of meaning that resonated deeply with all who witnessed them. This breakthrough not only transformed the technical prowess of SpectraSnap, but also deepened the emotional impact of the interactions it facilitated, creating a bridge between worlds that was stronger and more real than ever before. News of this collaboration spread like wildfire across Israel, uniting communities in shared curiosity and reverence. The combination of cutting-edge technology with ancient spiritual wisdom became a symbol of unity, bridging gaps that had existed for generations. However, their time in Israel was coming to an end. As evening settled upon Jerusalem, casting the ancient city in a warm golden hue, William turned to Augusta, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "You know, Augusta, there's something I've always wanted to do while in this city," he began, choosing his words carefully. Sensing the depth of his sentiment, Augusta responded gently, "What's on your mind, William?" He looked down the winding streets and towards the path historically known as the Via Dolorosa. "I've always wanted to walk the path Jesus took while carrying the cross, to feel the weight of history and faith, to somehow understand the stories we've been told all our lives," he confessed. Augusta nodded in understanding. "We have SpectraSnap. We could, experience that journey together." William's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "I would like that, but just for us. This isn't about demonstrations or technology, it's personal." The next morning, under a sky painted with the first blush of dawn, Augusta and William started at the first station of the Via Dolorosa. The world around them seemed to change subtly with each step as they activated SpectraSnap. Although the device primarily revealed spirits, the atmosphere, the very air they breathed, felt as if it had transported them back in time. The cobblestone pathways bore the weight of countless pilgrims over the centuries. As they walked, the faint echo of Roman soldiers' footsteps merged with the murmurs of ancient Aramaic. They felt the palpable weight of sorrow, pain, and unwavering faith and hope. While they didn't see the spirit of Jesus, the environment itself reverberated with his presence and the collective memory of that pivotal journey. As they completed the path, ending at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, both were silent, absorbing the spiritual gravity of what they had just experienced. William, deeply moved, whispered, "Thank you, Augusta. This was more than I could have ever imagined." Augusta placed a comforting hand on his arm. "Sometimes it's the personal journeys that mean the most." After their private pilgrimage, they packed their belongings, preparing for their next destination. The plane taking them to Iraq gleamed in the sunlight, awaiting its passengers. As they boarded the plane, Augusta mused on the delicate interplay of technology and spirituality. "There's so much we don't know," she whispered to William. "But every step we take brings us closer to understanding the mysteries of existence." As they soared over the Middle Eastern landscapes, Augusta thought of the cradle of civilization that awaited them. Mesopotamia, with its tales of ancient empires and mythologies. Meanwhile, William looked out the window, his thoughts still echoing with the sacred steps of Jerusalem. Their journey was a tapestry of technology, spirituality, and personal exploration. With its rich history, Iraq promised to add another layer to their unfolding story. Chapter 10: Sands of Time. The plane touched down at Baghdad International Airport, its tires skidding lightly against the sun-scorched tarmac. Outside, the vast desert landscape stretched endlessly, a testament to the many ancient civilizations that once thrived here. As Augusta and William disembarked, a rush of dry, hot wind welcomed them, carrying with it the tales of millennia past. With its rich tapestry of history, from the ancient Mesopotamian cities of Ur and Babylon to the Abbasid era, Iraq has always been a beacon for archaeologists, historians, and now seekers of the spectral world. Their host in Iraq was Dr. Yasir al-Hassani, a prominent archaeologist known for his groundbreaking work on ancient Sumerian burial sites. "Welcome to the cradle of civilization." Dr. Yasir greeted them with a broad smile, his deep-set eyes twinkling with excitement. "Your SpectraSnap has caused quite a stir in our academic circles. I've personally been looking forward to seeing its capabilities." Feeling the weight of the legacy around her, Augusta replied, "We're honored to be here and eager to learn from the stories this land holds." The trio was ushered into a sleek, sand-colored SUV, which started off towards the heart of Baghdad. The vast desert panorama gradually transformed into a lively urban sprawl as they drove. Date palm groves, flanking the roads, swayed gently. And in the distance, the Tigris River glistened under the midday sun. "We've come a long way," Dr. Yassir remarked, watching the buildings stream by. Baghdad, in all its resiliency, has always been a melting pot of cultures. The streets were bustling with activity. Children played on sidewalks, hawkers announced their wares with boisterous calls, and the sweet aroma of freshly baked samoon, an Iraqi bread, wafted through the air. Every now and then Augusta and William spotted remnants of the old city, crumbling walls with intricate carvings juxtaposed with modern high-rises. "I can see the blend of old and new," William remarked, capturing glimpses of the city with his camera. Dr. Yassir chuckled. "Yes, Iraq is a living testament to the dance between past and present. And trust me, the dance is as vibrant as ever." Their hotel, the Tigris Riverside, was an architectural marvel. Towering gracefully over the riverbanks, its glass facade reflected the azure skies, and its interiors were a blend of opulence and tradition. As they entered, they were greeted by the soft melodies of an oud, a traditional stringed instrument. That evening, Dr. Yassir hosted a dinner for them at the hotel's rooftop restaurant. The setting was enchanting. Overhead, the canopy of stars shimmered, and the gentle breeze carried tales from the winding river below. The table was set with traditional Iraqi delicacies: maskouf, grilled fish seasoned with olive oil and tamarind, dolma, stuffed vine leaves, and creamy hilbi, a fenugreek dish. "To new friendships and ancient tales," Dr. Yassir toasted, raising his glass of sparkling date juice. Taking a moment to savor the flavors, William replied, "This is incredible, Dr. Yassir. The food, the history, and the warmth of the people. Everything's been an experience." Augusta's eyes, reflecting the city lights, added, "Every place has its stories, but Iraq feels like a library of human history. I can't wait to delve deeper." Dr. Yassir, leaning back, his face illuminated by the soft glow of the lanterns, replied, "And we are just getting started. Tomorrow, the ancient cities await." The first site they were to visit was the ruins of the ancient city of Ur. The next morning, they drove through the barren landscape, and Dr. Yassir regaled them with tales of the Sumerians, their gods, kings, and connection to the afterlife. Standing amidst the ruins of the ziggurat, the very air seemed to throb with ancient energies. Augusta activated the SpectraSnap, and almost immediately, the spectral figure of a Sumerian priest appeared, his hands raised in a ritualistic pose. Although he didn't speak, his presence was intense, conveying a sense of devotion and connection to the divine. It was a raw, unfiltered peek into the spiritual practices of an era long gone. Their journey continued to the city of Babylon, where the famous Ishtar Gate once stood. Here, Augusta and William encountered the spirits of ancient traders, scholars, and soldiers, each a fragment of the city's glorious past. The spectral images, enhanced by their recent modifications, were clearer than ever, allowing Augusta and William to engage more deeply with these spiritual apparitions. While in Iraq, the duo faced challenges too. The country, still healing from recent conflicts, had areas where the physical and spectral wounds were fresh. On a few occasions when Augusta used SpectraSnap, it picked up on distressing spiritual energies, which took an emotional toll on both her and William. However, it was also in Iraq that they witnessed the resilience of the human spirit. In the city of Mosul, amidst the rebuilt structures, they encountered spirits who conveyed messages of hope, forgiveness, and the undying quest for knowledge. The famed Al-Nuri Mosque, recently restored, stood as a symbol of this resilience, and the spirits here echoed sentiments of unity and strength. Their time in Iraq was transformative, not just in terms of understanding the depth of human history, but also in recognizing the indomitable spirit of its people, both living and departed. That night, as the stars hung brilliantly over the ancient land of Mesopotamia, Augusta and William mentally prepped for the impending public demonstration. They understood the gravity of what they were about to undertake, a global showcase that had the potential to reshape perceptions, heal wounds, and unify the world. The following morning, the avant-garde broadcasting studio in Baghdad was abuzz with anticipation. Dynamic camera crews, visionary directors, adept assistants, and skilled technicians bustled about, each playing their part to finesse every facet of the impending telecast. Serving as a vivid tapestry behind the main stage was a captivating digital display, an ode to Iraq's layered past, a collage of majestic ruins, vast deserts, and shimmering rivers juxtaposed against its contemporary evolving skyline. Augusta and William sat on a plush sofa at the center of the stage. Adjacent to them was the huge screen that would display the SpectraSnap from Augusta's phone, showing the world the spirits they would encounter. At a smaller desk was Khalil, one of the most proficient lip readers in the Middle East, ready to interpret for those specters who chose to communicate silently. The show's host, a vibrant young woman named Aisha, initiated the broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, from the heart of Mesopotamia, we bring you a technological marvel that promises to bridge our realm with the beyond. Please welcome Augusta and William Steele. As the camera panned towards Augusta, she activated SpectraSnap. Instantly, ethereal figures began to appear on the large screen. Some looked ancient, dressed in the garb of Sumerians and Babylonians, while others were more recent, wearing modern attire, possibly those who had lived during Iraq's tumultuous recent history. Khalil, his eyes never leaving the screen, began interpreting. A spirit dressed in the robes of an ancient scholar appeared. The quest for knowledge has always been our strength. Let the libraries of the past inspire the future. Embrace unity, and together, humanity can overcome any challenge. Another spirit, a young girl, possibly from the last decade, voiced, "War and hate took away my today, but love can build a brighter tomorrow. Embrace your neighbors. Understand that differences are but colors of the same spectrum." The world watched with bated breath. News channels from every corner of the globe broadcasted the live feed, translating the profound messages into hundreds of languages. Families huddled around TVs, and students watched from their devices in cafeterias. World leaders paused their meetings. All were captivated. In New York's Times Square, the demo was displayed on massive screens. People from all walks of life, tourists, workers, students, stopped in their tracks, their faces illuminated by the spectral light. Tears flowed, hugs were exchanged, and for a brief moment the usually bustling square turned into a quiet sanctuary of shared human experience. Across the Atlantic, in a cafe in Paris, an old man wiped away tears. "It's beautiful," he murmured. "To think we can still learn from those who've passed." Back in the studio, as the demo concluded, Aisha spoke with emotion evident in her voice. "Today, we've witnessed not just technological prowess, but a testament to the human spirit, its resilience, its hope, and its enduring message of unity." As the broadcast wrapped up, Augusta and William held onto each other, overwhelmed by the response. The following dawn, the city of Baghdad was bathed in a soft golden light, painting the ancient structures with a warm hue. Augusta and William's drive to Baghdad International Airport was marked by moments of contemplative silence, interspersed with their shared observations of the cityscape. Their route took them past the mighty Tigris River, its waters reflecting the early sun, and through the bustling marketplaces, where vendors were already setting up for the day's trade. They drove past centuries-old buildings, juxtaposed against modern structures, a testament to Iraq's capacity to marry its past with the future. Arriving at the airport, they were met with the familiar bustle of travelers. Families bidding tearful goodbyes, business professionals catching early morning flights, and tourists sharing their tales of adventure in hushed tones. Boarding their flight to India, they settled into their seats. As the plane soared over the ancient Mesopotamian plains, Augusta and William felt overwhelming gratitude. They had not only unveiled the stories of spirits, but had also forged new connections with the living. They pondered on the next leg of their journey, India, a land of rich traditions, varied cultures, and a history that spanned millennia. Several hours into the flight, the plane began its descent over the vast Indian subcontinent. They glimpsed the patchwork of green fields, dense forests, meandering rivers, and cities brimming with life from their window. As the wheels touched down on Indian soil, a new chapter awaited them. One that promised more stories, more connections, and an even deeper understanding of the human spirit's timeless journey. Chapter 11. In the land of spirit and spice, India greeted Augusta and William with a riot of colors and sounds, a sensory feast that immediately engulfed them. The sultry air was filled with the distant call of temple bells, the local music melody, and the spice's tantalizing aroma. Upon their arrival at Indira Gandhi International Airport in Delhi, they were greeted by Dr. Aditi Rao, an eminent historian and archaeologist. Dressed in an elegant sari, her presence was both commanding and welcoming. "Namaste, Augusta, William," Dr. Rao greeted them with a traditional Indian gesture, hands folded. "Welcome to India. Your work with SpectraSnap has created quite an anticipation here. India's spiritual heritage offers a unique canvas for your exploration." William, always keen on immersing himself in new cultures, responded with an enthusiastic, "Namaste, Dr. Rao. It's a privilege to be here." The drive to their hotel showcased the contrasts of Delhi, the old and the new coexisting in harmony. Ancient forts and Mughal architecture stood tall alongside modern skyscrapers, and cycle rickshaws weaved effortlessly between luxury cars. Their hotel was a beautiful blend of modern amenities and traditional Indian decor, adorned with intricate woodwork and bright, hand-woven fabrics. As they unpacked and relaxed in their rooms, they received a message. The Prime Minister of India expressed interest in attending their public demo, signaling the importance of their visit. The evening sun cast a golden hue over Delhi's skyline as Augusta and William accompanied Dr. Rao to Akash, a renowned rooftop restaurant in the heart of the city. Overhead, strings of fairy lights intertwined with blossoming creepers, creating a canopy of stars. A gentle breeze swirled, carrying with it the faint aroma of jasmine and sandalwood. Around them, patrons chatted animatedly, their laughter punctuating the soft hum of traditional Indian music playing in the background. Sarod strums mingled with the lilting notes of a flute, setting a serene ambiance. Waiters in traditional attire navigated skillfully between tables, serving delectable dishes that sent waves of tantalizing aromas into the evening air. Amidst the medley of sights and sounds, a beautifully adorned table awaited them. Centered by a handcrafted brass lamp, its gentle flicker illuminated an array of colorful dishes. As they settled, Augusta couldn't help but express her wonder. Everything's so vibrant, so full of life. It feels like the entire city is telling a story. Dr. Rao smiled warmly, pouring a golden-hued saffron drink into their glasses. "India is a symphony of stories, Augusta. Every brick, every alley, and every echo has a tale to share." Taking a bite of a soft naan bread dipped in curry, William chimed in, "And every dish seems to have its own legacy." Dr. Rao laughed. "Ah, Indian cuisine, a reflection of our history. Mughal influences, regional variations, age-old recipes passed down through generations are all on your plate." As they indulged in their meal, the conversation meandered through India's spiritual heritage, its diverse cultures, and the anticipation of the SpectraSnap demonstration. India's spirituality is woven into its very fabric. The Ganges, the temples of Varanasi, the Himalayan monasteries, each has countless spirits with stories spanning millennia, Dr. Rao remarked, her eyes distant, lost in thought. William looked thoughtful. "And with SpectraSnap we might just scratch the surface of those stories." Just then, Augusta's phone buzzed. A message from the Spectral Interface board lit up her screen. "Roadshow updates have exceeded our expectations. We are thoroughly impressed with the results and eagerly await the India chapter. Best of luck." Overlooking the city, with its mix of ancient palaces and modern skyscrapers, the trio savored their dinner. The music, and the anticipation of unveiling India's spectral secrets. The next day, the morning sun painted the Delhi skies in a rich shade of amber as Augusta, William, and Dr. Rao set out on their latest spectral exploration. The city was already awake, bustling with rickshaws, street vendors, and the distant chime of temple bells. They began at the Red Fort, an imposing structure that had witnessed centuries of India's tumultuous history. Augusta and William, phones in hand, activated the SpectraSnap app. The majestic Red Fort stood before them, its stone walls echoing tales from centuries past as they scanned the area. Spirits of a bygone era materialized, each emanating an aura of valor, romance, and timeless stories. With a historian's passion, Dr. Rao began interpreting the scenes unfolding before them. "Here," he whispered, as a noble spirit in royal attire appeared. "You're seeing Emperor Shah Jahan, the same visionary behind the world-renowned Taj Mahal, a monument to undying love." At a quieter corner, Augusta's heart swelled, witnessing an emotional reunion. The spirit of an elderly woman, probably a grandmother, gently reached out towards a young man. While the young man couldn't see her, Augusta knew he felt her presence, a testament to the powerful bond that transcends life. Their next stop was the serene Lotus Temple. Here, amidst its petal-shaped arches, they encountered spiritual spirits that represented a myriad of faiths. Augusta observed monks in ethereal meditation, their energy radiant, while other spirits stood in devout prayer, signifying the temple's message of universal unity. Yet, it was the towering Qutub Minar that held the day's most poignant revelation. Among the spectral residents, a young woman's spirit, eyes filled with ancient wisdom, approached Augusta. She shared a heartfelt message, urging, "It's not just the vision, but the understanding. Remember our tales and ensure our legacies live on." As the evening sun bathed Chandni Chowk in a golden hue, Augusta, William, and Dr. Rao settled into a quaint eatery nestled amidst centuries-old structures. The air was filled with the intoxicating aroma of sizzling kebabs and simmering curries. Around them, the hum of conversations mingled with the distant cries of hawkers and the soft notes of a sitar being played somewhere nearby. Overhead, kites with trailing ribbons danced across the deepening blue canvas of the sky. The three of them sat on low wooden stools, a brass table between them, laden with an array of dishes. Augusta took a bite of the buttery naan, its warmth and softness contrasting with the spicy tang of the kebab. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the flavors dance on her tongue. William, noticing her expression, chuckled. "I take it you approve?" She nodded, her face glowing with delight. "It's divine. But then, so has been the entire day." Taking a moment to compose his thoughts, William looked earnestly at Augusta and Dr. Rao. "You know, today reminded me that technology like SpectraSnap doesn't just unveil specters. It also uncovers deep-rooted emotions and shared histories. It's as much about forging connections as it is about revelations." Dr. Rao, his fingers wrapped around a steaming clay cup of masala chai, inhaled its spicy aroma before replying, "Precisely, William. Our land is woven with countless tales, some whispered by the winds, some etched into the very stones. India's tapestry is intricate and vast. Every thread has a spectral tale waiting to be discovered. And that's the beauty of this journey. The night wrapped them in its embrace as they talked, the city around them buzzing with life. The promise of uncovering more mysteries kept their spirits high, a beacon under the vast canopy of stars. The Delhi night was a contrasting symphony, the serenity of the stars above and the animated hum of life below. Lanterns illuminated the narrow streets, casting dancing shadows on the worn-out walls. Somewhere the haunting notes of a flute floated, mixing with the distant sound of temple bells. As the night grew deeper, they sat under a pergola draped with jasmine vines, the fragrant white blossoms glowing in the moonlight. A soft breeze carried the distant sounds of the city and the subtle hint of sandalwood. William leaned back, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Tomorrow's demonstration at the University of Delhi is crucial, Augusta. The academic community and the media will all be there. Are you feeling ready?" Augusta, tracing the patterns on the ancient mosaic table, looked up, determination evident in her eyes. "More than ever. But it's not about proving the efficacy of SpectraSnap. It's about showcasing the stories and emotions it can unveil. The history, the culture, the spirits are longing to share their narratives." Dr. Rao, refilling his cup with more chai from a brass kettle, added, "And it's about setting an ethical standard, ensuring that these narratives are respected and not commercialized. The past should be a lesson, not a spectacle." William nodded, his gaze distant. "True, but there will be skeptics. There always are. And while most will focus on the technology and the stories it reveals, others might question the morality of it." Augusta took a deep breath. "We'll face them head on. We're not here to play with emotions or histories. We're here to build bridges, just as we discussed. The past is connecting with the present, the departed with the living." Morning dawned with the promise of new revelations. The University of Delhi's grand auditorium was abuzz with anticipation. Professors, students, journalists, and curious onlookers filled the seats, murmuring in hushed tones. At the stage's center stood a large screen, and next to it, a platform with 3 chairs. As the lights dimmed, Augusta took the stage. With SpectraSnap ready, she began her demonstration, her voice steady, but filled with passion. With each spectral image projected, she narrated the story behind it, the emotion it carried, and the history it represented. The audience watched, entranced. During the Q&A session, a professor stood up, his demeanor stern. "Dr. Steele, while your technology is fascinating, do you not think you're playing God? Interfering with the natural order?" Without missing a beat, Augusta replied, "Sir, we're not playing God. We're merely listeners. Every generation has its storytellers. SpectraSnap allows these stories from the past to be heard in the present. It's about understanding and connection." As the day wore on and the demonstration concluded, the trio knew they had taken a significant step in showcasing technology, bridging worlds, and weaving tales from past threads. The next day, Augusta received an unexpected message on her phone. It was from Dr. Rajan Mehta, a renowned historian and archaeologist. "Dear Dr. Steele," the message began, "I've recently uncovered a mystery at the Sun Temple in Konark, Odisha. There are tales of a hidden chamber that no one has been able to locate. Your technology might be the key. Are you interested in assisting?" Augusta showed the message to William, her eyes shining with excitement. "Konark. The temple's architectural marvels have always fascinated me," she said. Smiling at her enthusiasm, William replied, "It seems the universe has plans for us. Let's embark on this new adventure." Upon reaching Konark, they were awestruck by the Sun Temple's grandeur, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Majestic stone chariots, intricate carvings, and life-size sculptures of gods, goddesses, and mythical creatures adorned the temple complex. Dr. Mehta greeted them, his face lined with age but his eyes sparkling with youthfulness. He led them to a particular wall adorned with carvings that depicted a dance form, the Odissi. Legend says that behind this wall lies a chamber containing secrets about the lost city that once surrounded this temple, Dr. Mehta explained. Augusta activated the SpectraSnap, and her eyes instantly glazed with the deep focus it induced. Flashes of color and sound washed over her. She saw fluid movements of ceremonial dances and felt the palpable emotions of a time long gone. The weight of countless ceremonies, prayers and stories, all echoing through the millennia, pressed down on her. Amidst this vibrant tapestry of memories, an image coalesced in her mind. It was a dancer, ethereal and elegant, striking a distinctive pose with one hand reaching skyward and the other pointing firmly to the earth. This vision pulled at her soul, guiding her eyes to a nearly identical carving on the temple wall. William, noticing Augusta's intense gaze, approached the carving. "This dancer," he murmured, his voice carrying a note of reverence. "She seems significant." Augusta nodded, the trance lifting slightly. "It's as if she's bridging two worlds, the heavens and the earth." As William's fingers traced the outline of the dancer, he felt an unexpected indent. Intrigued, he pressed it gently, and with a sound like the exhaling of ancient breath, a section of the intricately carved walls slid away, unveiling a shadowy corridor beyond. Dr. Mater's eyes widened in astonishment. "In all my years, I never imagined—" His voice trailed off, replaced by a look of awe. The corridor beckoned them with a promise of discovery. They stepped cautiously, their torches illuminating the path. As they ventured further, the walls seemed to close around them. A damp, earthy smell filled their nostrils, interspersed with the subtle aroma of aged parchment. Emerging into a spacious chamber, they were met with a sight that left them breathless. Shelves laden with ancient scrolls, pottery bearing faded inscriptions, and in the room's center, an ornate chest, its surface glistening with semi-precious stones. Augusta, her hands trembling with anticipation, slowly opened the chest. Nestled inside, she found a detailed parchment map, meticulously charting the layout of a city lost to time. Alongside it lay a series of journals, their pages filled with elegant script. Dr. Mater carefully picked up one of the journals. "This," he whispered, "is the voice of the temple's chief priest. His chronicles could rewrite history." Looking at Augusta, William said, "It seems SpectraSnap has not only bridged the divide between the living and the departed, but also the chasm between the past and the present." With reverence, the trio began their work, diving deep into the words of the past, ready to uncover the Sun Temple's enigmatic secrets and the tales of the city it once watched over. As they emerged from the chamber, the setting sun cast a golden hue over the temple, making it look as if it was glowing from within. With tears in his eyes, Dr. Mater whispered, "You've helped uncover a chapter of our history that was almost forgotten. Thank you." Wrapping an arm around Augusta, William said, "The past always finds a way to reveal itself, and we were just instruments." The days that followed were filled with deciphering the scrolls and studying the artifacts. The mysteries of the Sun Temple began to unravel, shedding light on the opulent city that once surrounded it, its people, culture, and their advanced knowledge of astronomy. A week later, Dr. Mater, with his glasses perched at the edge of his nose, was engrossed in translating the delicate, aged script of the chief priest's journals. Augusta and William, seated opposite him, shared nervous glances, their fingers entwined, sensing the gravity of their discovery. Dr. Mater finally broke the silence, his voice barely above a whisper. "This is unprecedented. The priest talks of a prophecy, a calamity that would shake the very core of this land." Augusta leaned forward, her eyes scanning the words. "What kind of calamity? And what does it have to do with this temple?" The doctor responded, taking a deep breath. "A celestial event, possibly an eclipse or a rare planetary alignment. It's believed to open a rift in the fabric of realms, blurring the lines between the living and the departed." William's grip tightened. "That sounds cataclysmic. But it also sounds like the sort of legends that spring up around ancient relics." Dr. Mater nodded. "True, but this temple was built not just for worship. It was a sanctuary to protect a sacred relic that possesses the power to maintain the balance during this celestial event." Augusta's heart raced. "We need to find this relic and ensure it's safe." A draft blew through the chamber, causing the flames of the lamps to flicker. It was as though the temple itself was urging them forward. Over the following days, the trio painstakingly pieced together clues from the manuscripts. An intricate sketch depicted a luminous stone encased in a gold setting adorned with peacock feathers. This was the Ananta stone, believed to harness the very energies of the cosmos. Their journey led them to the spiritual heartland of Varanasi, the city of light and death. Here the Ganges whispered ancient tales, and the Ghats bore witness to life's cyclical dance. Consulting with local scholars and mystics, they learned of an old hermit who might know of the stone's whereabouts. In a secluded ashram, they met Guru Devanand, his white beard flowing like the river he lived beside. He spoke of the Ananta stone's last known protector, a priestess who disappeared decades ago. Gazing at the river, William pondered, she must have hidden the stone. But where? The Guru replied, not where, young one, but when. The celestial event is tied to the stone's reappearance. Augusta, her thoughts racing, realized, the upcoming eclipse. It must be the trigger. We need to be prepared. The days leading to the celestial event were tense. The city buzzed with anticipation as pilgrims flocked to witness the spectacle. The trio, however, had a deeper mission. The morning light over Varanasi bathed the ancient city in a golden glow. Augusta, William, and Dr. Mehta found themselves amidst a crowd of devotees at Dasashwamedh Ghat. The sense of anticipation was palpable, with murmured prayers and chants filling the air. The soft patter of bare feet on stone and the distant sound of temple bells set the scene for the celestial drama that was about to unfold. His voice tinged with concern, William whispered to Augusta, "Are you sure about this?" She glanced at him, determination shining in her eyes. "We've come this far. I can feel it. The stone is close." As the skies began to darken with the onset of the eclipse, the waters of the Ganges took on a shimmering quality. Suddenly, a distinct ethereal glow emanated from a submerged platform. Without a moment's hesitation, Augusta, driven by an inexplicable pull, dived into the water, with William and Dr. Mehta watching anxiously from the Ghat. The water around her seemed to come alive, guiding her deeper, where the Ananta stone, embedded in an ancient altar, emitted a radiant light. As she touched it, memories, visions, and emotions surged through her. A cacophony of voices from the ages, all speaking of the stone's significance. Emerging from the depths, stone in hand, the crowd on the Ghat erupted in a mix of astonishment and reverence. The relic glistened, catching the returning sunlight as the eclipse receded. Augusta, drenched and panting, felt a profound connection to the universe, as if the very threads of existence realigned. Dr. Mehta, eyes glistening with tears, whispered, "The prophecy, we've managed to maintain the balance." That evening, as the sun set over the Ganges, the trio joined the masses in the grand arti ceremony. Flames danced in the hands of priests, and the air was thick with the scent of incense. Augusta, holding the Ananta stone close to her heart, felt its gentle warmth, a stark contrast to the fires of the arti. It was a celebration, not just of their success, but of the timeless spirit of the city and its sacred river. The rhythmic chugging of the train accompanying Augusta and William's departure from Varanasi echoed the beating of their hearts, filled with memories of a land they had come to love deeply. Their compartment window framed ever-changing landscapes, reminding them of India's diverse beauty. Pulling out her phone, Augusta dialed the Spectral Interface board number. "It's Augusta," she began, her voice steady. "We've completed our work in India. The roadshow went well and the Ananta stone has been retrieved. The balance has been restored, at least for now." The voice on the other end, filled with relief and admiration, replied, "Dr. Steele, your updates continue to astound us. India's chapter sounds like an incredible journey, and the board is eagerly awaiting the detailed report. Your work there has been nothing short of exemplary." "Thank you," Augusta replied, her thoughts drifting to the challenges and wonders they had encountered. Before ending the call, she added, "Our next stop is Africa. The cradle of humanity awaits." Once the call ended, Augusta dialed Sam. "Sam, how's the upgraded SpectraSnap serving you?" Sam's voice crackled with excitement. "Augusta, it's been groundbreaking. We've closed 2 cold cases this week alone. The feedback from the spirits is clearer and more vivid. It's a game changer." She smiled, thinking of the countless souls finding peace because of their combined efforts. "That's wonderful to hear, Sam. Keep me posted." Augusta's next call was more personal. When her father's voice greeted her, a wave of missing him washed over her. They exchanged pleasantries and shared laughter, and she promised him a detailed account upon her return. Lastly, she called Jenny, her best friend. "Jenny, how have you been?" Jenny's energetic voice bubbled through. "Gus, tell me everything. Rick and I are planning our trip to India next year." The two friends chatted animatedly, with Augusta giving Jenny tips on must-visit places and experiences. As their train journey continued, William, looking contemplative, said, "India has been a revelation. But Africa, Augusta, it's the very beginning. It's where our ancestors first walked. Imagine the stories we'll uncover." Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Augusta replied, "Every land holds its mysteries, William. In Africa, I feel we'll be connecting not just with spirits, but with the very essence of humanity." The train ride gave way to a flight, and as they soared over the vast African continent, both Augusta and William felt a profound connection to the land beneath, teeming with history, heritage, and countless untold stories. The next chapter of their roadshow beckoned, promising new adventures and profound discoveries in the heart of the motherland. Chapter 12. Embracing the Motherland. The aircraft's descent into Africa's embrace offered an unparalleled spectacle. Beneath them, the expansive savannas stretched out, kissed golden by the setting sun, juxtaposed with the bustling cityscapes that glistened with modernity. As the wheels touched the ground, a rush of excitement surged through Augusta and William. They were now in a land often hailed as the cradle of humanity. As they disembarked, the air, warm and laden with scents of wildflowers, greeted them. The gentle murmur of languages unknown to them, yet profoundly beautiful, filled their ears. They had arrived in Nairobi, a city where traditions met modernity. At the airport, throngs of people moved with purpose, the vibrancy palpable. Families reunited with joyful embraces, and the rhythm of Africa, its pulse, could be felt everywhere. Their contact, Dr. Ayo Adeola, waited for them, easily identifiable in his traditional Maasai shuka draped over one shoulder, its radiant red contrasting with the deep hue of his skin. His tall frame was adorned with ornate jewelry, and a beaded headband signified his status within his community. A wide grin illuminated his face as he extended a hand, his grip firm. "Karibu, Dr. Steele, Mr. Steele, welcome to Kenya," Dr. Adeola exclaimed with genuine warmth. "Thank you, Dr. Adeola," Augusta replied, her eyes taking in the vibrant surroundings. "It's a pleasure to meet you finally. Your country is even more beautiful than we imagined." William, looking around, added, "And the energy here, it's palpable, like a living entity." Their conversation flowed effortlessly as they exited the terminal. They spoke of the SpectraSnap demonstrations planned and the profound spiritual heritage of Africa they were eager to explore. Outside, a traditional van painted with intricate Maasai patterns waited for them. As they began their journey through Nairobi's bustling streets, they saw the seamless meld of tradition and modernity. Tall glass skyscrapers stood proudly next to open markets where artisans sold handcrafted goods. People in business suits walked side by side with those in traditional attire. As the city soundscape filled with honks, laughter and distant music, Dr. Adeola shared tales of his ancestors, lion hunts and ceremonial dances under starlit skies. "Our history," he remarked, "is written in the land, the animals, and in our hearts." The hotel's grand facade was a masterful blend of contemporary architectural prowess with hints of traditional Maasai patterns. It stood majestically, cocooned within a lush embrace of acacia and baobab trees. The soft hoots of distant birds and the signature hum of Nairobi created an enchanting melody. From their vantage point, they saw the silhouette of giraffes gracefully navigating the horizon of Nairobi National Park. As they entered the lobby, the scent of fresh eucalyptus mixed with undertones of sandalwood welcomed them. The receptionist, a cheerful woman named Lulu, adorned in a vibrant kitenge dress, greeted them. "Habari? Welcome, Dr. and Mr. Steele, to the Serengeti Plains Hotel. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Taking a deep breath, William remarked, "The air here is just so pure, refreshing." Lulu smiled. "Ah, yes. It's the spirit of Africa. You'll feel it everywhere you go." After a smooth check-in, they ventured to their suite. It was spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering breathtaking views. The room itself was adorned with hand-carved wooden furniture, colorful beadwork, and modern amenities seamlessly integrated. Stretching her arms out, Augusta sighed in contentment. This place, it's a haven. Feeling their journey's weariness, they decided to have dinner at the hotel's renowned restaurant, Mara Maji, which overlooked a serene waterhole. As they settled into their seats, soft, rhythmic beats of traditional African drums resonated, complemented by soulful Swahili ballads. The menu was a gourmet delight, combining local ingredients with international flair. They opted for a platter of nyama choma, roasted meat, sukuma wiki, collard greens sautéed with spices, and ugali. For dessert, a Kenyan coffee mousse perfectly encapsulated the region's rich flavors. Feeling sated and relaxed, they returned to their suite. The plush bedding and the tranquil ambiance ensured they slipped into a rejuvenating slumber, readying themselves for the next day's exploration. The bright and warm sun greeted them as they embarked on their Nairobi tour with Dr. Ayo Adeola. They visited historical landmarks, vibrant markets and cultural centers. Along the way, Augusta showed Dr. Adeola how SpectraSnap worked. Pointing her phone at him, the screen revealed spirits around him, some of whom he recognized as ancestors. His face lit up in awe and joy. "Hush, that's my great-grandfather. I've only ever seen him in old photos," Dr. Adeola exclaimed, laughing heartily. This is magical, Dr. Steele." Their day was a blend of awe, laughter, and learning. With every step, they unraveled the vibrant tapestry that was Nairobi, and by extension, the heart of Africa. As the trio sat on Augusta and William's hotel room balcony, the distant sounds of Nairobi evening blending with the hum of cicadas, Dr. Ayo Adeola's face was etched with nostalgia. The vibrant skyline of the city, bathed in the golden hue of the setting sun, seemed to be in a conversation with the past. "You know," he began hesitantly, "not far from here, nestled amidst the rolling hills, lies my ancestral village, Lokoja. I haven't been there since the funeral of my parents." Augusta reached out, placing a comforting hand on Dr. Adeola's shoulder. "If you'd like, we could visit Lokoja. Perhaps SpectraSnap could help reconnect with those memories, with those spirits." He smiled weakly, the memories clearly weighing heavy on his heart. "It's not just about the past. It's the fear of confronting those painful memories, the voices left unheard, the words left unsaid. Understanding the profound emotions tied to such a journey," William said, "sometimes revisiting the past can offer the healing the present needs. We'll be there with you every step of the way." After a moment of reflection, Dr. Adeola nodded. "All right, let's go to Lokoja." The journey to Lokoja the next day was a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. The landscapes shifted from the bustling urban aura of Nairobi to the serene rolling hills and vast savannas dotted with acacia trees. Upon reaching Lokoja, they were greeted by the heartwarming sight of children playing, women singing traditional songs, and men engaged in hearty conversations under the village tree. The very air seemed to hum with stories of old and new. Guided by Dr. Adeola, they visited his family home. Though weathered by time, the walls stood strong, guarding countless memories. Augusta activated SpectraSnap and soon faint apparitions began to emerge. Looking radiant and much younger, Dr. Adeola's parents stood by the entrance, welcoming their son. The reunion was poignant. Tears streamed down Dr. Adeola's face as he conversed silently with the apparitions of his parents, finding closure and letting go of years of pent-up pain and guilt. However, it was the village elder who approached them with a proposition. "There's an ancient ritual," he began, his voice filled with wisdom, "that allows one to converse with the spirits without any device. Would you be willing to partake?" Intrigued, and with Dr. Adeola's consent, they agreed. Under the vast African sky surrounded by the villagers, they took part in a ceremony that was a harmonious blend of dance, song, and rhythm. As the rhythmic beats of the ceremonial drums grew louder, echoing the very heartbeat of Mother Earth, the atmosphere around them began to shift. The air shimmered, and a vortex of colors emerged before them, drawing Augusta and William closer. Both hesitated for a split second, sharing a glance of anticipation and wonder before their spirits left their bodies and entered the afterlife. The world around them transformed. They found themselves amidst ethereal meadows under a luminescent sky. The air was filled with serenity and the whispers of ancient souls. Augusta felt a tug on her heartstrings and turned to find her mother looking as radiant as she remembered her. Her mother, with tears of joy, approached her. "My dear Augusta," she began, her voice soft and melodic. "This place, this sacred realm, is where spirits reside in eternal peace. Only in Africa, through this ancient ritual, can the living enter this realm without the assistance of devices. You and William have been chosen for a reason." A tad overwhelmed, William took a moment to absorb the surreal surroundings. It was a cascade of emotions for him: awe, disbelief, wonder, and elation. Being his first experience in the spirit realm, every sight, sound, and sensation was magnified. Augusta, choked up, asked, "But why?" Her mother, touching Augusta's face tenderly, replied, "Because you both carry the weight of bridging realms. Your love, your shared mission, has granted you this access. Here in the heart of Africa, the veil between worlds is the thinnest. Remember, this is a gift, not just for you, but for all you touch." As their time in the spirit realm came to an end, the ethereal meadows faded, and the familiar sights of Lokoja returned. Their spirits re-entered their bodies, and they found themselves surrounded by the villagers, who greeted them with joyous ululations and dances. Dr. Adeola, his eyes moist with unshed tears, embraced them both. "You've been granted a rare gift," he whispered, "one that binds us all in the dance of life, death, and rebirth." Their journey had only just begun. The whispers of realms yet unexplored beckoned, and they knew their adventure was far from over. As the last vestiges of twilight faded away, Augusta, William, and Dr. Adeola found themselves seated in a quiet alcove of their hotel's garden, the gentle hum of nighttime creatures filling the air. Over a cup of traditional African tea, they mulled over their recent journey into the spirit realm. William began, his voice filled with wonder. "What we experienced was otherworldly. I've never felt such a connection, such clarity before." Augusta nodded in agreement, her gaze distant. She was happy to see her mother again and talk with her. Dr. Adeola leaned forward, placing his tea down. "It's a gift few have been privileged to experience. The spirits have chosen you both for a reason." Augusta clasped William's hand tightly, her eyes earnest. "We've been documenting our journey for the Spectral Interface Board, but this is something that should remain between us. The world isn't ready for such a revelation. It's too sacred, too intimate." William squeezed her hand in agreement. This journey was personal, a moment of understanding and connection. Documenting it would commercialize something that's deeply spiritual. As they continued discussing the implications of their experience, they made a pact to keep the village's ritual and their journey into the spirit world a secret, preserved only in their memories and shared understanding. The next morning, the hotel's grand ballroom was a buzz of activity. Camera crews set up equipment, technicians checked audio levels, and the elite of Africa gathered in anticipation. Augusta and William, after a hearty breakfast and a morning of preparations, were ready for their live SpectraSnap demo. The lights dimmed, and a hush fell over the room as Augusta took center stage, the large screen behind her coming to life. "Ladies and gentlemen," she began, her voice resonating with confidence, "today we unveil SpectraSnap's capabilities in a land rich in history and spirit. Let's bridge the realms." As Augusta activated SpectraSnap, the room transformed. Ethereal figures emerged, filling the room with an aura of reverence. Ancestral spirits of tribal leaders, warriors, and revered figures stood tall, their stories echoing through the ages. Gasps of wonder filled the room. A prominent African businessman saw the spirit of his great-grandfather, a celebrated tribal leader. The elite of Africa, many for the first time, were directly experiencing the power of SpectraSnap. Taking the mic, William engaged with the audience. "These are your stories, your legacies. SpectraSnap is merely the bridge. Cherish these moments and let them guide your path." The demo was an unprecedented success. As the spirits faded and the lights returned, the room erupted in applause. Augusta and William had not only showcased technology, but had touched hearts and rekindled connections. The African elite, visibly moved, approached the duo with gratitude and awe, sharing personal anecdotes and expressing their eagerness for SpectraSnap's official launch in Africa. As the evening came to a close, Augusta and William, elated and exhausted, retired to their suite. Their journey in Africa was proving to be not just about technology, but also about deep-rooted connections, shared histories, and the boundless power of the human spirit. The night was alive with sounds, an orchestra of crickets, distant drums, and the occasional calls of nocturnal animals from Nairobi National Park. They sat on their balcony, overlooking the vast expanse, glasses of red wine in hand. "You know," began William, his voice soft and reflective, "when we started this journey with SpectraSnap, it was all about technology and innovation. But now it's become something more profound. It's about the stories, the memories, and the connections." Augusta nodded, her eyes lost in the starlit sky. "It's as if every place we visit unlocks a new facet of understanding, a deeper layer of the human experience. Africa has been eye-opening in ways I never imagined." As they sat there, the wind seemed to carry stories, whispers from ages past, binding them to this land in inexplicable ways. The next morning, packed and ready to embark on another leg of their journey, Augusta and William were met by Dr. Adeola at the hotel lobby. "I wanted to give you something," Dr. Adeola said, handing them a small, intricately crafted ebony box. "It's been in my family for generations, a relic of our ancestors. Consider it a token of appreciation." Augusta opened the box to reveal a beautiful amulet, a silver circle with an ancient script surrounded by gemstones. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "It's said to protect the traveler and guide them to stories untold." Dr. Adeola smiled. "Safe travels, my friends. Africa will always welcome you." As they boarded their plane to their next destination, the amulet clutched close to Augusta's heart. Both she and William felt an overwhelming sense of purpose. The world awaited, and with SpectraSnap as their medium, they were ready to unravel its myriad tales. And so, with the winds of Africa still whispering in their ears and the promise of Grecian legends ahead, Augusta and William continued their odyssey, hearts open and spirits eager. Their next destination? The ancient lands of Greece, where myths, legends, and spirits from millennia past beckoned them to explore. The hum of the aircraft's engines was a gentle reminder of the journey they'd undertaken. As they soared above the clouds, Augusta stared out of the window, captivated by the mesmerizing play of sunlight on the vast expanse below. Every now and then, islands dotted the seascape like jewels of the Mediterranean. William, reclining in his seat, looked over at Augusta. "I've always been fascinated by Greek mythology," he began, his voice filled with anticipation. "To think we're about to step into a land where gods once walked among mortals. It's exhilarating." Augusta smiled, her gaze still locked onto the world outside. It's not just the gods' will. It's the tales of heroes, monsters, and adventures that have always pulled me towards Greece. As the plane began its descent, the shimmering blue waters of the Aegean Sea came into view, punctuated by islands, each with its own story and history. The sight was breathtaking. "I've read about these islands," Augusta said, her voice filled with awe. "Each one has a tale to tell. Crete, with its legend of the Minotaur. Santorini, with its volcanic origins and the whispers of a lost city beneath the waves." William grinned. "And let's not forget Mykonos. Party central from what I've heard." They both chuckled. Suddenly, the intercom buzzed to life. "Ladies and gentlemen," the pilot announced, "we are now beginning our descent into Athens. Kindly fasten your seatbelts and ensure your seats are in the upright position." As the plane descended, the sprawling city of Athens came into view. Majestic mountains framed the landscape, and nestled amidst this natural splendor were ancient ruins and relics from a time when Athens was the center of the world. Augusta gripped William's hand, her excitement palpable. "Look there!" she exclaimed, pointing to the magnificent structure perched atop a rocky outcrop. "The Acropolis!" William leaned closer, his eyes widening in amazement. "It's even more majestic than I imagined, and to think of all the history that has transpired there." The plane's wheels touched the tarmac, bringing them back to the present. As they disembarked, the crisp Mediterranean air greeted them, carrying with it scents of olive groves and a hint of the salty sea. Chapter 13. Echoes of Olympus. The ancient city of Athens, cradled in history and bursting with vibrancy, opened its arms to Augusta and William as they arrived. Each street corner, every weathered monument, seemed to whisper stories from millennia past. The air was rich with the fragrance of olive groves carried by a gentle breeze, while the distant resonant twang of bouzoukis serenaded them as they wandered through the bustling streets. At the airport, they were greeted by Dr. Elena Papadopoulos, a historian deeply woven into the city's academic fabric, and Dr. Adiola's colleague. Dr. Papadopoulos, with her flowing raven-black hair and deep-set hazel eyes that sparkled with knowledge, radiated a welcoming, quintessentially Greek warmth. "Welcome to Athens," she exclaimed, her voice echoing her excitement as she warmly embraced them. "I've heard so much about your work, and I'm thrilled to be part of this journey." Dr. Papadopoulos shared fascinating tales of ancient Athens as they navigated the labyrinthine cobbled streets. She said with a hint of pride, "This city is where gods once conversed with mortals, where heroes were born, and where legends were etched into the very fabric of history." Their journey led them to the Acropolis, where they stood in awe before the grandeur of the Parthenon. Augusta felt a profound shiver of awe course through her as the weight of centuries made itself known. Captivated by the moment, William eagerly activated SpectraSnap. As he did, the air around them shimmered with an ethereal glow, and slowly, the spectral figures of ancient Athenians began to materialize around them, each spectre bringing with them a story of the glorious past that shaped the world. They saw a procession of priests and priestesses, leading a grand ceremony in honor of Athena. There were philosophers, deep in conversation, debating the mysteries of life and existence. The ancient city came alive before their very eyes. Amidst these visions, Augusta caught sight of a familiar figure, a spirit, elegant and regal, with flowing robes and an olive wreath. "Could it be?" she whispered. Her eyes wide with wonder, Dr. Papadopoulos nodded. "Athena, the goddess of wisdom herself." Overwhelmed by the sight, Augusta and William watched in awe as the spectral Athena moved with grace among her people, her presence commanding yet benevolent. The goddess paused, her gaze sweeping over the assembled spectres and then fixing intently on the modern visitors. A hush fell over the spectral crowd and the living alike, as if time itself had paused to bridge the millennia between them. Athena approached them, And though no sound came from her lips, her message was clear in her solemn expression, an acknowledgement of their pursuit of knowledge and their respect for the past. With a steady hand, William captured this incredible interaction on SpectraSnap, ensuring the details were as vivid as the reality before them. Visibly moved by the encounter, Dr. Papadopoulos whispered to them, "This is unprecedented. Athena's spirit engaging with us could signify an approval of your work, an endorsement of your quest to connect the past with the present." Energized by this affirmation, Augusta felt a renewed purpose. They continued their exploration, each step uncovering more layers of the city's ancient life. SpectraSnap revealed scenes of daily life, artisans in their workshops, children playing with wooden toys and vendors in the agora, bustling with the commerce of ancient times. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the ruins, the air filled with the sounds of a distant lyre, adding an ethereal soundtrack to their journey through time. The day's events had not only deepened their understanding of Athenian history, but had also connected them more profoundly with their own mission to unveil the spectral past. Before leaving the Acropolis, Augusta turned to take one last look at the Parthenon under the fading light, feeling a profound connection to all those who had walked these paths before her. Dr. Papadopoulos placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Today we've not only witnessed history, we've lived it." With hearts full of gratitude and minds buzzing with possibilities, Augusta and William made their way back down the sacred hill, the echoes of the day resonating within them, ready to share this newly deepened narrative with the world. After their profound experiences at the Acropolis, Augusta and William headed back through the bustling streets of Athens, the echoes of the day's spectral encounters still resonant in their minds. They arrived at their hotel just as the city began to embrace the tranquility of the evening. The hotel, a charming structure that combined modern amenities with traditional Greek architecture, offered a serene escape from the day's excitement. In their suite, the view of the cityscape under the starlit sky was breathtaking, but there was little time to rest. They had to prepare for tomorrow's SpectraSnap demonstration, a much-anticipated event that was expected to draw a significant crowd, including academics, technology enthusiasts, and local historians. William set up his laptop on the small table by the window, reviewing the footage captured earlier at the Acropolis. The clarity and depth of the spectral images were impressive, and he made notes on key points to highlight how SpectraSnap could bridge the gap between the ancient and the modern. Meanwhile, Augusta gathered her presentation materials, refining her speech to convey not just the technical capabilities of SpectraSnap, but also the emotional and historical significance of their findings in Athens. The atmosphere in the room was one of focused preparation, interspersed with moments of quiet reflection on the day's encounters. Augusta rehearsed her opening remarks, emphasizing the unique ability of SpectraSnap to bring the past alive, making it relevant and accessible to contemporary audiences. William, the meticulous planner, checked and double-checked the equipment, ensuring that every cable and connection was secure and that every setting was optimized for the next day's demonstration. As midnight drew near, they stepped out onto the balcony for a moment of respite. The night air, cool and refreshing, carried with it the faint scent of the sea. Looking out over Athens, now quiet but still vibrant with history and life, they felt a deep sense of anticipation and responsibility. Tomorrow they would showcase their work, hoping to inspire others with the same passion for history and technology that had driven them to create SpectraSnap. Feeling prepared and hopeful, they retired for the night, the images of spectral Athenians from centuries past lingering in their dreams, a reminder of the powerful connection between time, technology, and human curiosity. Their journey was far from over, and tomorrow would be another significant chapter in their ongoing quest to explore and reveal the hidden layers of history. The next morning dawned bright and clear, the golden rays of the Grecian sun casting a warm glow over Athens. Dr. Elena Papadopoulos promptly arrived at Augusta and William's hotel, her car waiting to ferry them to the day's pivotal event. "Good morning," "I hope you're ready to make history again today." She greeted them with her characteristic warmth and enthusiasm. The site for the SpectraSnap demonstration was the open courtyard of the National Archaeological Museum, an iconic location surrounded by artifacts that whispered of Greece's glorious past. Chairs had been arranged in neat rows facing a large temporary stage set up specifically for the event, and a massive screen loomed behind it, ready to display the spectral images to the audience. The crowd was a diverse mix of individuals, all united by their curiosity and excitement. Esteemed academics, passionate local historians, enthusiastic students, and technology enthusiasts filled the seats. News cameras from major Greek channels were positioned strategically, ready to broadcast the event to millions across the country. As the demonstration began, Augusta stepped onto the stage, her presence commanding the audience's immediate attention. William was by her side, handling the technical setup with practiced ease. "Today we bridge the past with the present through SpectraSnap," Augusta began, her voice resonant and clear. "This tool is not just a technological marvel. It is a doorway to history, enabling us to see and learn from those who walked these lands long before us." William nodded to Augusta and initiated the SpectraSnap application, casting the live feed onto the large screen. The air buzzed with anticipation as the first spectral images flickered into view. A group of ancient Greek philosophers gathered in a discussion. The clarity and detail were astonishing, each figure rendered so vividly that it seemed they might step off the screen. The audience gasped and murmured in awe. Cameras clicked and whirred, capturing every moment as more spectral figures appeared, each telling a story of Greece's rich historical tapestry. Augusta narrated the scenes unfolding before them, explaining the significance of each spectral appearance with insights that only deepened the audience's appreciation. "The philosophers you see were the very foundation of Western thought," she explained, her words underscored by the respectful silence that enveloped the crowd. William expertly zoomed in on a spectral figure resembling Plato, allowing everyone a closer look at the details, the folds of his robe, the thoughtful expression etched on his face. As the demonstration concluded, the applause was thunderous, echoing through the courtyard and beyond. Dr. Papadopoulos hugged both Augusta and William, saying, "You've brought history to life before our very eyes. Greece is grateful." The event was a resounding success, celebrated not just by those in attendance, but by millions across Greece who watched the demonstration on television. News channels aired interviews and segments, praising the innovation and its potential impact on both historical scholarship and public education. Later that evening, as they watched some of the coverage in their hotel room, Augusta turned to William, smiling. "We did it," she said. "We've shared something truly special with the world." "And there's so much more to explore," William replied, the excitement clear in his voice. Together they looked forward to the next chapter of their journey, knowing that SpectraSnap had just begun to reveal the depth and richness of the past. The next day, Augusta and William bid farewell to Athens, their spirits buoyed by the success of their recent demonstration. Their global roadshow continued, with stops planned in Japan, the Philippines, Russia, and Romania. Each location held its unique challenges and opportunities, especially Japan and Romania, where previous spectral interface facilities had once operated before being shut down due to tearing the veil between the spectral and physical worlds. Japan. In Tokyo, the roadshow was set against the backdrop of the bustling cityscape, infused with the blend of ultra-modern and traditional elements that define the metropolis. Given the country's rich folklore and spiritual history, the Japanese audience was particularly keen, which meshed well with SpectraSnap's capabilities. Augusta and William demonstrated the app at the site of an old facility in Kyoto, where spectral activity was notably high. The audience was captivated as samurai and ancient scholars were brought to visual life, their stories told through the app with poignant clarity. The event was covered extensively in Japanese media, reigniting local interest in spectral research with a renewed focus on safety and ethical considerations. The Philippines' Manila offered a warm tropical backdrop for their next presentation. The island's rich history and tales of spirits and enchanted creatures found a receptive audience here. SpectraSnap vividly displayed scenes from the Spanish colonial period and older pre-colonial times, drawing a diverse crowd from academicians to tech enthusiasts and history buffs. The roadshow was a vibrant affair, celebrated with local music and festivities that highlighted the cultural integration of the technology. Russia. In Moscow, the demonstration took place in the historic heart of the city, Red Square. The chilly air was countered by the warm reception SpectraSnap received. Russian history, steeped in tsars and revolutions, provided fertile ground for spectral encounters. The demo highlighted spectral figures from the Romanov family and famous Russian literary figures, offering a unique lens into the country's tumultuous past. This stop added academic prestige to the roadshow, with several prominent Russian historians endorsing SpectraSnap's scientific and educational value. Romania. Finally, in Romania, the roadshow had a touch of the mystical. Held in Transylvania, the demonstration was charged with the lore of the land, including that of Dracula. SpectraSnap illuminated not only the mythical spectres, but also the spirits of those who had lived through the region's rich historical tapestries of wars and peace. The Romanian events were particularly poignant given the prior closure of their facility, and they served as a solemn reminder of the need to balance technological advancement with ethical considerations. The Spectral Facility Board was extremely pleased with the outcomes of these international roadshows. Each event not only showcased the remarkable capabilities of SpectraSnap, but also reinforced the global relevance of bridging the gap between the spectral and physical realms. As Augusta and William concluded their tour, they reflected on the myriad ways SpectraSnap had been received across different cultures. Each demonstration and encounter broadened their understanding of the spectral world and its intersection with human history, promising a future rich with possibilities for further exploration and discovery. Chapter 14. Homecoming harmonies upon returning to New York. The vibrant pulse of the city felt even more invigorating to Augusta and William after their globe-trotting adventures. Their cozy home, complete with their two cats who purred and wound themselves around their owner's legs, offered a comforting welcome back to familiar surroundings. Their bond, already deepened by shared dreams and challenges faced during their travels, had grown even stronger. They spent their evenings in relaxed conversation, sometimes analyzing data from SpectraSnap's beta tests, and other times simply enjoying each other's company in the quiet comfort of their living room. The global beta phase of SpectraSnap had surpassed all expectations, drawing enthusiastic feedback from around the world. This wave of positive reactions invigorated the entire team at the Spectral Interface Facility. The facility had not only continued, but expanded its offerings, now hosting ghost tours that featured real-time spectral interactions through SpectraSnap, transforming each event into a uniquely immersive experience. Additionally, the Spectral Interface Lottery was thriving, providing one lucky winner each month with an unforgettable ghost tour using the Spectral Interface. During a particularly upbeat board meeting, members of the Spectral Facility Board expressed their delight with the growing global interest in SpectraSnap, which is evident from the surge of pre-orders from various governments. "We always knew SpectraSnap had potential, but witnessing its realization like this is truly remarkable," remarked one of the board members. "Indeed, and integrating SpectraSnap into our public ghost tours has been a brilliant move," another member chimed in. "These aren't just tours, they're captivating interactive experiences. They serve as the perfect live demonstration of our technology." Motivated by her experiences in Israel and Africa, Augusta was busy brainstorming a groundbreaking enhancement for SpectraSnap in her home office. She aimed to develop a feature that would facilitate two-way communication between users and spirits, deepening the engagement and understanding of spectral encounters. Surrounded by artifacts and notes from their travels, Augusta shared her latest idea with William. Imagine if SpectraSnap could not only reveal spirits, but also allow users to converse with them. Think about the educational possibilities. William, always her steadfast supporter, recognized the significance immediately. That's a game changer, Augusta. It could revolutionize how we interact with history, learning directly from those who lived it. Fueled by William's encouragement, Augusta threw herself into her work with renewed determination. Her fingers flew across the keyboard as she programmed the groundbreaking new feature of SpectraSnap. This wasn't merely an update, but a revolution in how we interact with history. After intense development, Augusta achieved a breakthrough. She enabled two-way communication with spirits through SpectraSnap. The air in Augusta and William's home office was thick with anticipation as they prepared to test SpectraSnap's groundbreaking new feature. The room was dimly lit, the glow from their computer screens casting long shadows. Augusta's fingers hovered over the keyboard, her focus palpable. "Ready?" she asked William, who nodded, his expression a mix of excitement and nervousness. "Let's do this," he replied, taking a deep breath as Augusta activated the program. The screen flickered, and then, with a clarity that surprised both of them, the image of William's father appeared. He looked just as William remembered, his smile warm and eyes twinkling. "Hello, William," his father's voice came through, both familiar and unbelievably real. "Dad?" William's voice cracked slightly, his heart swelling. "Is it really you?" "Yes, son. It's me." His father's voice was comforting, filled with the same warmth and steadiness William had always relied on. "How I've missed seeing you." Tears welled up in William's eyes as he spoke with his father, sharing updates about his life and his work. "We've made something incredible, Dad. It's going to change the world." "I'm so proud of you, William. I always knew you would do great things," his father replied, his pride evident even through the digital medium. As their conversation ended, William felt a peace he hadn't known in years, the weight of unresolved goodbyes lifting from his shoulders. "I love you, Dad," he said, his voice strong despite the tears. "I love you too, son, always," came the reply, and then the image gently faded away. After a moment to collect themselves, Augusta, moved by the encounter's success and emotional depth, decided it was her turn. She initiated a new session, calling upon her mother's spirit. The image of her mother appeared, her presence immediately comforting. "Mom," Augusta began, her voice trembling slightly, "I've missed you so much." "My darling girl," her mother responded, her voice a soothing balm. "I'm always with you, Augusta. Tell me about your work, your dreams." As Augusta explained the latest developments with SpectraSnap, her mother listened intently, her encouragement resonating deeply. "You're doing important work, Augusta. Keep pushing the boundaries. Make the unknown known." "Thank you, Mum. I needed to hear that," Augusta said, a newfound determination stealing her voice. "Always," her mother replied softly, her image beginning to fade. "I am so proud of you." The sessions were profoundly affirming for both Augusta and William. They had not only bridged technological gaps, but had also connected deeply personal spaces, bringing a sense of closure and ongoing support from their departed loved ones. Inspired and reassured, they knew that their path forward with SpectraSnap was not just a technological journey, but a deeply human one as well. Buoyed by these successful interactions, Augusta arranged a demonstration for the Spectral Facility Board. The board members were awestruck as they witnessed real-time conversations between the living and the spirits. The room was filled with a profound silence as the implications of what they were witnessing sank in. After the demonstration, the board unanimously gave Augusta the green light to proceed with her plans, recognizing the potential of this technology to change the world. With the board's enthusiastic approval, Augusta and William prepared to unveil this revolutionary feature at the Unseen Festival in Edinburgh. The event was an annual gathering of the world's foremost experts in paranormal activities and spectral research, making it the ideal venue to showcase their latest advancement. The historic city of Edinburgh, with its cobblestone streets and mist-laden air, provided a mystically apt setting for a festival devoted to the paranormal. As they made their preparations, excitement buzzed within them and throughout the spectral research community globally. The potential to interact, learn, and perhaps even resolve unfinished business with spirits was about to be introduced on a stage that couldn't be more fitting. The Unseen Festival was set to be the beginning of a new era in historical and paranormal research. The day of the presentation arrived, and Augusta and William set up their booth, which featured an interactive demo of the new SpectraSnap feature. As they began their demonstration, the audience was captivated. Augusta initiated the device, and the air crackled with energy as spectral figures started to appear around them. But then, something extraordinary happened as William interacted with the system to showcase the two-way communication feature. A spectral figure materialized on the stage, unlike any other they had encountered before. It was an ancient Scottish warrior, known only through myths and whispers in historical texts. The warrior's appearance was striking. Clad in traditional Highland garb, complete with a claymore strapped to his back. His eyes, glowing with an ethereal light, surveyed the crowd before settling on Augusta and William. The warrior spoke, his voice echoing through the speakers, a deep, resonant sound that sent shivers down the spines of all present. "Ye who seek to bridge the worlds, tread carefully, for not all spirits yearn for the light," he warned. His words, spoken in a thick Scottish brogue, stirred a mix of fear and fascination among the audience. Augusta, quick to respond, addressed the warrior. "We come with respect, seeking knowledge and understanding," she said, her voice steady, despite the awe-inspiring presence before them. The warrior nodded slowly, his spectral form shimmering slightly. "Then listen well, for the tales of old hold truths, not just of the past, but of the future." With that, he began to recount tales of ancient Scotland, each word weaving a vivid picture of battles, alliances, and betrayals, a live history lesson from a participant himself. The demonstration turned into a deep, engaging session, with the warrior spirit providing insights and answering questions from the audience. This unprecedented interaction was a resounding success, showcasing the potential of SpectraSnap to not only reveal, but also educate and connect worlds. As the session concluded, the applause was thunderous. Social media lit up with accounts of the experience, and the video clips went viral, drawing even more attention to SpectraSnap and its creators. Augusta and William received accolades for their breakthrough, and the implications of their technology were a hot topic of discussion throughout the festival. However, the warrior's warning lingered in their minds, a solemn reminder that their journey to bridge the realms was fraught with responsibilities they had yet to understand fully. This experience marked a new chapter in their adventures, one that would explore not only the technical, but also the ethical boundaries of their groundbreaking work. After the dust settled from the Unseen Festival, Augusta and William found themselves grappling with the ethical dimensions of their latest breakthrough. The potential for misuse weighed heavily on them, echoing the warrior's spectral warning about the delicate balance between worlds. One evening, in their private office lined with notes and sketches of their travels and technological feats, Augusta turned to William with a serious expression. "We have a responsibility, William. What we've created can change the world, but it can also disrupt it in ways we might regret." William nodded, sharing her concerns. "I agree. The power to communicate so freely with the spirit world could be transformative for good, or potentially disastrous." Augusta took a deep breath before continuing. "I think we should limit access to this feature. It's too risky to make it widely available. We should keep it under strict control, only accessible here at the facility and on our personal devices." With that resolve, they called a meeting with the Spectral Facility Board. At the boardroom, Filled with executives whose faces reflected a mix of curiosity and concern, Augusta presented her case. "We've seen what the advanced communication feature can do," Augusta began, standing confidently despite the weight of her words. "However, the risks associated with widespread access are too significant. We propose restricting this feature to controlled environments only, specifically the ghost tours we conduct here at the facility." A board member leaned forward, intrigued yet cautious. "And you believe this will mitigate the risks?" "Absolutely," William chimed in. "It will not only protect the integrity of both realms, but also ensure that every use of this powerful tool is supervised and ethical." The room buzzed with whispered discussions before the chairperson addressed them. "Augusta, your track record speaks for itself. If you believe this is the best course of action, then you have our trust. Let's proceed with your recommendation." Relieved yet aware of the road ahead, Augusta and William prepared to implement these new protocols. Meanwhile, rumors about the feature circulated globally, prompting inquiries from the press that were eager for confirmation. At a press conference, a reporter asked pointedly, "Can you confirm the rumors about SpectraSnap allowing direct communication with spirits? Is it true that such a feature exists?" Augusta exchanged a brief look with William, then addressed the room with a calm yet firm tone. "Our priority has always been to advance understanding while ensuring safety and respect for all realms involved. We cannot confirm or deny specific functionalities under development, but rest assured, any and all capabilities of our technologies are designed with ethical considerations at the forefront." As they concluded the conference, Augusta and William felt the weight of their responsibilities more than ever. They had navigated uncharted technological territories and now stood as guardians over a gate Augusta had opened, tasked with ensuring it was used wisely. Their journey had evolved from discovery to stewardship, marking a new chapter in their mission to harmoniously connect the world of the living with the realm of spirits. In the cozy warmth of Augusta and William's home, an intimate gathering unfolded under the soft glow of candlelight. The table was set with care, adorned with fresh flowers and fine china, as Augusta prepared a special dinner for their closest allies and friends. The aroma of roasted rosemary chicken and the earthy scent of a rich red wine filled the air, mingling with the scent of freshly baked bread. Captain Samuel Rodriguez, Detective Benito Ben Mendoza, and Madame Zara were not just guests. They were part of the journey that had shaped SpectraSnap into what it is today. As they settled around the table, the room buzzed with laughter and the sharing of tales, recounting adventures and the incredible experiences they had encountered through their use of SpectraSnap. Madame Zara, ever the mystical presence, had brought along her crystal ball. As dinner progressed, she gazed into its depths, her voice taking on a soft, respectful tone. "The bridge between both worlds will always remain open for you," she intoned, her eyes reflecting the flicker of candlelight. "The spirit world is at peace and pleased with all of you." She turned to Sam and Ben, her smile warm and encouraging. "The spirits embrace you and support your endeavors to solve cold cases. They are with you, guiding your steps." To William, she spoke with a gentle firmness. "Your father and mother are immensely proud of you. Continue to speak with them. It brings them great joy, and they vow always to protect you." Finally, her gaze settled on Augusta, and the room fell silent, hanging on her every word. "Augusta, you are a hero to both the living and the dead. Your name resounds in the spirit world, and even dark forces respect you, for you have honored and protected the veil with the utmost integrity." Madame Zara's words resonated deeply, filling the room with a sense of purpose and peace. "Fear not death," she concluded, "for it is merely another plane of existence, and you are eternal beings." Moved by her words, everyone joined hands, forming a circle of unity and strength. They shared a prayer, a moment of gratitude and acknowledgement of their journey together and the paths yet to explore. Smiles were exchanged, eyes gleaming with tears of joy and understanding as they released each other's hands and returned to their seats. The evening continued, filled with the sounds of clinking glasses and shared laughter. They savored the delicious dinner Augusta had prepared, each bite a testament to the care and love she had poured into it. The night was more than a meal. It was a celebration of bonds forged between worlds, lives touched and changed, and the eternal journey that continued to unfold before them. As the guests eventually said their goodbyes, the feeling of fulfillment and contentment lingered in the air. Augusta and William stood together at the door, watching their friends depart into the night, knowing that the connections they had fostered would endure beyond time and space, guided by the light of understanding and the courage to explore the unknown. Well, my intrepid listeners, as the spectral mists of SpectraSnap bridging realms begin to settle, I trust you've found the journey through the veiled realms both enlightening and exhilarating. Yet, the adventure need not end here. For those whose thirst for the mysterious and the scientifically fantastical remains insatiable, keep your ears perked and your minds open for our upcoming auditory feast. Quantum Shifts, A Tale of the Violet Moon. Prepare yourselves for a tale most extraordinary, where every soul on Earth is entwined in a bizarre ballet of consciousness, swapping minds in a dance as old as the cosmos yet as fresh as the dawn. It is a phenomenon that defies explanation and transcends reality, and it is coming soon to bewitch your senses. So, dear listeners, as you contemplate the enigmas of existence and the elusive shadows just beyond your sight, remember that our narrative journey is far from complete. Visit Marv Author's YouTube channel, where the stories we tell are as boundless as the stars and as intimate as a whisper in the dark. Until next time, keep watching the shadows, and may your reality never grow dull. Yours in mystery and wonder, MM2.